Hello everyone, welcome back. It is day 21 and we're working on our today's brief. Yesterday we made some more style changes. One thing I noticed today when we generate, we did not get the headline. That's okay, we'll fix that. I wanted to add something today. So right now you can kind of go into the research tab, you can ask questions, but I was kind of thinking about, I was looking at some other screeners. So this is a really good one. And I was like, this is kind of cool. You can go through, add a lot of different types of indicators and things that you are interested in. But it would be really cool if we could take what's in our preferences here. So you see how we have this like approach. If like we could have a more descriptive that's like really open for a screening. So it's just like, I'm interested in some special situations like spin-offs, mergers. And if that's one of the features where it's like, okay, I can put that, then I can put themes. So if you look at our themes up right here, we didn't fill it out on this account, but you can add a ton of them. That would be cool if we could also put that in our screening, as well as all the other things. So I was kind of thinking about maybe implementing something like that today and seeing how far we can get. I think it would be kind of a useful thing. I looked around. I couldn't really see anything exactly like what I was thinking. There's kind of like some of them that are a mix, but a lot of them don't have a lot of this information. It's kind of just like you're talking with the AI. So could be one thing. As for where to put it though, I'm kind of thinking a drop down could make sense. It's either we do a drop down from research or it's just like a ton of tools like this. And I am not really sure either way, so I'm going to talk maybe with AI too to try to see which I would prefer. And then we're going to fix a few bugs that we've seen, and maybe add a few more. I wanted to add a chart, interesting chart of the day that I can create in the admin panel and set it in the next newsletter. That's kind of fun. So maybe that as well, but there's limited time, so probably not all of that today. Changing the song. Let me check the chat. Are some people here already? Cool. Hey, Bravo, how's it going? I'll change the link here. 1 second. Cool. Your chat should show now. So let's start with probably just fix the few bugs and then we'll look at the screener. So starting with this title. Oops. When we generated the morning brief, the title just says market update. So let's go ahead and, I think we built some tests for this. Let's go ahead and look. Could be a front end issue. Make sure we don't have any like fallback to a market update. And while it's doing that, probably gonna ask about the drop down thing. And another thing, so if you guys look here, we have kind of these ideas that we built up for what we want to build next. They're also going to be the premium features, and we need a place to put all of them, right? So I'll maybe make a new doc here, but I think we already have one called future. So that's what we're going to upgrade to here. So this is for data. So future features. So the fuzzy screener is the thing I was saying. Which it's like, oh hey, I don't know, I'm addicted to your okay. Oh, oh wow. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, it is fun. I have a lot of fun too doing these things. I always look forward to it as well. And it's yesterday, Bravo, I was learning a bit about design. Did you hear like I learned about this like thing where the ratios, it was like 1.67 or something is like the golden ratio, and then it was like it started to say things in like music terms. It was like, this is like a minor third. I was like, what the heck? Is that a real thing? So I thought that was really cool. That apparently there's the same sort of ratios for even like how to size this header, and like it also abides by like the rule of thirds, like for taking photos and stuff. And I suppose the idea is like these ratios for some reason apply to lots of different things that humans will find pleasant for some reason. Who knows why? But there's a lot to learn for me in that area at least. So there's the idea of the not really, just that's what we were just asking, like, because I was trying to figure out how would you size this, because if it's too big it looks weird. So I didn't even know what to put it as, and that's what it was saying. So this stock screener, there's like, you could make this with that idea where you attach this approach and the themes and catalysts and things, and then maybe within it too, this doesn't exist here, you can put on an alert, right? You can save the screen and then say, hey, if any new stocks come into this screen that I've created with the I'm calling it fuzzy screening, but I don't know what else you call it. Not really sure. Maybe better name for that, but then it will notify you via email. So that would be another feature. And I saw this on another site. We can put, there's a really natural place for what they did. As you go into this page, like when you click into a company, then you get the scoring. Like there's some sort of place for maybe another tab here, or we replace one of these. Maybe we just stick this stuff in here. And then this is like, if you click it, it opens up a AI score plus maybe some, because you know, like I don't know if you guys use, but a lot of brokerages, they have like those like buy, sell, star things. We can make our own version, but not like buy, sell, but more just like giving a little report instead of those scores. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, and then this part I think would be, I'm still thinking the drop down, but I'm gonna ask AI on that one. So this is our navigation currently. There's a set of tools that we're interested in adding. Oh, right, and there was one more. Which is the Fred data viewer. That's just like government data. But the way you'd access that is on the today's brief. You go into, it's going to be in this section, and when a user clicks on it, it's going to bring them to this viewer, which will have a bunch of historical data you can go through. There's really a lot, like there's tons, and a lot of brokerages have it. So it's not like unusual or anything, but it's kind of a nice to have. And a lot of brokerages, I've kind of noticed it's not really like super accessible. Like, you kind of have to know it exists. For example, with Schwab, to see all the Fred data, like on the web version, you can't find it. But if you go to their like Thinkorswim thing, there it is. But I don't know how many people know that. I think you should add gradient to graph. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think we might switch to the trading view graph, because like everyone that joins, I mean, a good portion of people that joins, I would say, are recommending it. So it might just be kind of like the expectation of a lot of people. Like I might not really care too much about like that technical stuff with the lines and whatever, but you know, if people are interested in that, we should allow them to do that. Also, I saw someone the other day with the same animation, because they generated a site like this, and I want our site to be having its own, or in other words, not being clearly AI generated is kind of the goal. So trading view is maybe good for that too. There are definitely some patterns that repeats with AI sites. Not that not a lot of people would notice that, but so I'm going to attach the tools we're going to add. Actually, maybe only the ones that will be in the navigation. Now, we're debating, excuse me. Sorry guys, my voice is like kind of dying. We're debating whether to do a drop down on the research or make it a bunch of navigation tabs. I think our site right now is really minimalistic. I think that's what we're going for. Do you think it would make sense probably to do a drop down then? It's kind of a leading question. It's probably just going to agree, but it's okay. That's kind of what I'm thinking is a drop down for the like however we get all the tools. It'll probably be like 5 to 10 at some point. That agrees with me. That drop down makes more sense for maintaining minimalistic feel. Yeah, because you could have like all the way to here. Maybe it wouldn't look as bad as we think. We could try adding a gradient though, out of curiosity. Seller. Just let it run. Oh cool, we already made this. Code local for free. Microsoft though. Is it any good? I tried it. There's like the AI model's not good. It can almost sometimes be negative value if you're doing like a large change. So it has to be more scoped what you're changing. Microsoft Foundry. I'm gonna look it up though. Oh, I get it. It's kind of like a security thing too. Like someone might not want to send if it's like important data. Oh, it added the gradient. Actually looks quite a bit better. Yeah, I agree. This is nice. Cool. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Thank you. There's a little bit of jankiness we could try to fix real quick. So when I'm on the watch list and then I switch to the portfolio, does like a quick little boop. Oh, now it worked. If I click and then do it. Yeah, there we go. So in my watch list performance, when I'm clicking around on the time periods, and then I switch to the portfolio performance, it does like a very quick jerking motion. It's probably something related to maybe some use effect. So, well, maybe not. I'm just gonna let it look. Don't change anything yet. Just look. Okay, let's change to dark mode and see. Dark mode, I think, looks kind of bad right now. That's my opinion. Oh, yeah, we got the gradient. I think it looks pretty good. Obviously in dark mode, the top bar should be dark as well. Yeah, top nav bar. Yeah. Plan to do any data science project for this project. Yeah. I think definitely we're gonna keep expanding the data that we have because I really enjoy it. I really like trying to answer questions. It's what I've been working in for a long time. So I'm gonna probably keep doing stuff like that, I bet. Unless we decide to switch projects to the game, in which case maybe I won't do it as much, but... I saw one site, they made the dark mode a premium feature. So maybe we do that too. It was a ticker. I think that's hilarious. Charge for the color switch. So maybe we only fix it if someone pays, then we'll be like, oh crap, we'll want it. Okay. So consider a hybrid approach. Not all those features feel like they belong to the same parent. Oh, it suggests to make a separate one called alerts. So you have research and then alerts. But I disagree. I think it makes sense in the screener, you have them be able to set alerts here. Unless maybe they wanted to set alerts about like red data. But that probably not, right? Hey Shri, how's it going? Welcome back. So one caution about dropdowns, they add a restriction, hover click to reveal, and hide functionality. If any of these features are core to your value prop, you would want users discovering them quickly. I suppose that's true. I mean, that's true. Like, okay, so let's say we have a bunch of tools. Everyone can see it at a glance. When they log on to the today's brief, which is, this is a public page now, they'll see, oh, look, this service has all these tools. And one of them might jump out to them. They might be like, that's cool. They click over, boom, log in, upsell part. However, they come into the public page, they don't see any of that, and they may never hover over this. So I get it. That kind of makes sense, actually. It actually is kind of convincing me a little bit. So it'd be screener. So this maybe we rename to chat or AI chat, or just keep research. So research, screener, alerts. You can name it AI screener, AI alerts. So, okay, something to consider. I will save it for later. Okay, this is our bug where the title didn't show here. Let's see what happened. Oh yeah, there it is. So it's again one of these like fallback things it does. So we predicted that's what it's doing. So it was empty, so it just put this here. Great. Okay, so I want you to check on the tests. Like, I believe we built a bunch of tests with for the market title for the two areas, which is morning ants. Or it's not the market title, it's the news title, brief title. So double check we have those, and we're going to go ahead and run it because we want to create the same error. If there is an error, it could also be that we didn't name it the same as what the front end expects. I need to do some like vocal exercises to keep my voice. Drink water. So do you think it would go today's brief, portfolio, research, screener, and then alerts? Hey Corey, welcome back. How you doing? So the new layout would be discovery, finding new opportunities, alerts, monitoring. What about long term though, as we add more and more tools? Would we eventually just have, which one would we stick it under? You can add a data storytelling tab in research or alerts. You're thinking like the drop down too, right? BTC expect to go up a lot. Max. Could be. Who knows? Okay, so it's removing the... Oh. Yeah, that's fine actually. Yeah. Maybe like, so we could add a few more of these like screener and alerts, but then the rest of the tools we stick under research long-term, maybe. You just put the important ones that, and our idea would be that this is gonna stick out to the user and they will wanna click it. So then they go to the sign up page. Out of curiosity, what are your long-term goals with this project? We're going to sell a subscription for certain features. That's kind of the goal. But we'll keep expanding the feature set, make it very easy to explore data, and you get a nice, this is the today's. So you can see it's very concise. Just kind of the information you need. We're going to remove this part because it says the same thing down here. This is our little scoring that we do. And it just says basics. So you'd open this up in the market, in the morning, the market. And then you can see what's going to happen today. And you'll be able to click in and go through the data, the Fred data. And we'll maybe add a little more here. And in the afternoon, you get like a bunch of historical stuff, or historical charts that we generate. Which looks like this. No, this is the morning. So that's one thing. If like you go backwards, probably default to the afternoon. Yeah, be charts like this. This is not a good question though, I just realized, because this should be like topical to what happened today, so I'm not sure why it shows that one. Did Meta decline 7%? I don't think so, right? No. It's based on the user portfolio too. Not every component here is based on the user portfolio though. The problem with basing everything on the user portfolio is I think that would have to, we could do that, I guess, technically. But it definitely would have to be a paid thing, because that would get expensive. We do that for every free user. But right now, what it does is the AI insights part. So we kind of scoped all the analysis based on their portfolio, based on the and put it in this section. So none of the others are doing it. Yeah, so we have news affecting your holdings versus overall market news. So can you add tabs instead of drop down for users to have quick glance? Add a sidebar. Oh, you could definitely do a sidebar, yeah. So you could, I've seen that on some websites. I think the look we're going though is like similar to Substack. Easily, this is our main page. Like this is where it's going to get like 90% of the traffic. The other pages, most of them are paid. Pretty much all of them will be paid, I think. And then the research, they could do some chats, but that's about it. We're gonna have a little sidebar here for the navigation, similar to Substack. I'll show you guys. It's pretty cool. It's a cool design. And it's more important as the article gets longer, I would say. So if we go here, you see this cool little thing they built? It's pretty neat. So we'll do that too, something like this. So you imagine, click here. Maybe we can do that today. Okay, the next step is to, yeah, go ahead and check that. Oh, I'll just do that. I'll check whether in our database, whether it has the title of the article. Oh, it does have the title. So it does have the title in Firebase. Here it is. So you need to make sure that the front end is correctly grabbing this. Create a query. Well, the query should already be grabbing it. It's just maybe we didn't name the variable the right thing or something. So try to find it. I was thinking that this part here, this like pre-market futures there should be like two things probably. We could put maybe something else that could be interesting to look at. Not really sure yet what it would be. I look at I notice on the morning it's not showing we could put your portfolio performance maybe here. Pre-market. Made a research program specifically for researching stocks. It worked, but what I learned is that you can't get reliable results based on internet aggregation alone. Yeah, I guess you're saying like depending on the LLM to get like good info. It depends on the model. Okay, so like when I read this, I think I kind of agree. A lot of this is like, I looked at this morning. I was like, okay, we need to make this more interesting. The most interesting part about this is this area, and the reason is because it's every day it's usually telling me something different, and it's just some ideas, right? Okay, in this case, energy infrastructure and AI decarbonization. XLU, nuclear power producers. Okay. Provides exposure to second-order energy requirements of AI. It's like, okay, that's cool. I'll maybe look at it, but that's not like none of these are like, oh, you should buy this or something. But it's like maybe some things to look at based on your interests. So I like this section, these sections. However, I think one thing we should do is we shouldn't give them the same recommendation or same ideas over and over again. So we need to store what we already showed them. But this stuff, there's two categories: the things that change every day and the things that are the same every day for your portfolio analysis. So we need to separate those two. So this changes every day. Plan on writing a few web scrapers to fill out the DB, work off that. Nice. Yeah, just be a little careful with the scraping. Gotta follow the rules. Oh, cool. So it might actually be here now. I don't think I would need to reload. Oh, nice, it worked. I got the title now. Something about this looks a little weird. Let me pull up the design. I think it's the same, actually. I wonder if it might help making this text not as bold or something. Like, this is the bold text. This is like a little bit less bold. We saw that yesterday. This is, yeah, not sure. Actually, I'm gonna green everything. Do you think we have too much bolded text here? What do you think of the design of this? Oh, there's two lines. The design has one. Also, it looks like there's 2 lines under the... I bet this is where the portfolio performance was supposed to be or something. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, was to have AI research and stock. Nice, yeah. Assign and stock score. Nice, yeah. Basically done. Yeah. That's kind of similar to some of the things we're doing here. Especially what we will work on, like the screening part. Under the title, there's 2 lines. Can you double check so don't change anything yet? Is this because of, is that where the portfolio performance was supposed to be? Also, I'm gonna double check. Okay, good. That looks roughly right. Whoa, that's some weird loading. So right now, did you hook up Suspense with all the loading on today's brief? I'll just put it in the top level. Right now, it is kind of loading strangely, like everything is loading in at different times. We kind of wanted it all to load in together. Okay, so it thinks the design is fine here, so all right. I'm using Whisper Flow. Oh, thanks, Juan. Appreciate it. We're getting there. I'm happy with this design. I mean, it's our first today's brief. Yeah, not very good to read. Very weird spacing. Everything else, but we're getting there. Now we're gonna add. Let's add that sidebar. I think that'd be cool for the navigation. Appreciate that. Checking in. Yeah, so we like the first line, like the line under, the first line under it. It's the second line that we don't want. I'll send the screenshot. Okay, long term, you'd want to consolidate into something like this. Today's brief portfolio research. Our portfolio absorbs alerts. And tools research become catch-all for discovery. Oh, nice. It figured it out. What was it? I think it just... Okay. Cool. Great. So now it's just one line. That looks good. Oh, actually, it looks better now. I think the reason I thought it looked weird was the two lines. I just couldn't tell. As usual. I changed the order. Let's put this up here, maybe. Oh, suspense is not being used. Interesting. I thought we already did it. Can you explain why is suspense more elegant? I mean, what does it provide us, I guess, than the first option? And the first option. I'm gonna fix one thing here. I don't really like how it seems like every day when we generate the morning brief, it's like markets open in a something mood. So let's go ahead and not pass, or at least just change our prompts to try to avoid that generation, I guess. The reason is, I mean, you can tell the LM that we don't want to repeat information that's later on the page. So you can We can send it, I guess, but, well, what's the point of sending it? I might just not send it, because it just doesn't really provide much. Right now, the morning brief overview tends to always have this open and agreed mood or something mood, and that's because we're sending our market sentiment score. Let's just not send that to the LLM, so we'll remove that from the prompt because we don't really want it. I'll just attach the file. Well, I can find it, I think. Yeah, I did. Good. Oh, that's cool. So what suspense gives us is we can have really good control over how things load in, right? It could be, we can make sure it loads in from top down or bottom up. So, like we could do it the kind of the simpler way, which is just like everything loads in at the same time. Because right now it does this thing where they all just, yeah, like, or if we use suspense, we can make it like, I think top down would be kind of cool. I think it'd be kind of, so if we, I kind of want to use suspense to make it load top down. What would be the effort required for this using suspense? How old is your Mac? It's a new one, but it only has 16 gigs of RAM. You're probably wondering that because I don't have the new liquid glass. I read that the liquid glass makes everything quite a bit slower, so I'm a bit hesitant to upgrade. Because I upgraded on my phone, and I noticed my phone was quite a bit slower, so I don't really want it if it makes things slower. It's not unstable React. Interesting. I mean, what do you mean it's not production ready? Are the devs saying that it's just a beta, not production ready feature? Why did they release it? It's kind of strange. Oh, is that built on the Whisper model, or do they have their own? Oh, no, I think Whisperflow, I have no idea actually what they're doing. Yeah. But works for me. Sure. Oh, but I need React 19. Is it worth all that work? Is it worth doing all that? Yeah. Check if in React 19 is suspenseless stable. Oh, I have M4. I'm gonna write a voice dictation. Nice. Oh yeah, sure. Yep, I'm on M4. It's template based. What? Wait, can you explain to me, so did you make this a template that the LLM has to follow? It's not really exactly what we wanted. Can you explain how this is working for how you're generating this overview? Can I use React 19 with my current Next.js version? Oh my gosh. Can you go through, is there any other things in the morning brief like this where you're creating this weird template stuff? It's just doing an if-else branch to create this. This first part here, we'll see how much of it it decided to do for the rest of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade to React 19. We're going to do the experimental and we're going to try out suspense list. But before I do that, I'm going to look up a demo of suspense list. List demo. Okay, this is a demo, supposedly. Okay, didn't work. This is an old one, I guess. So you can see it'll load, I guess, top to bottom. Is it going to load in nicely though? Kind of like a nice little fade in? Or is it just going to be... Does Suspense build that in there too? Is there a config that we can do that? So all of these things should be using the LLM. So you need to build a prompt and remove all this template stuff you did. However, no, I'm not. Yeah, we could just do this. I'm still a little confused. Why would we ever use Suspense if we could use this loading gate and then fade it in? What's the point again? Is it just to control the order of the loading in, or what? When does it help? Okay, streaming SR. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I kind of misunderstood the goal of Suspense then, because that's much simpler. We want to create a new plan. It's for it's called the Fred data viewer or something. It's going to be a new page. It should be whenever we click the data on the today's brief going into the Fred data, we should be able to see like a Fred data viewer. And we want to style it kind of similarly to our other pages. Let's first come up with the design, how it could look. So you can make a little diagram in this page. which API to use. Right now we're using Y Finance, but we'll switch to the IEX Cloud Grow, I meant to say. I'm actually going to look that up right now, because I think it's about time we check it out a little more in a little more detail. Oh, it shut down. There's another one here that they referred people to. I'm gonna double check, but it looks like it did shut down, unfortunately. I wonder why. Let's see. Well, that's a shame. That one looked, I remember we did we did some research there and that one looks pretty good. So we'll have to do a little more research to figure out what would make sense. Why did it, I am curious, why did it shut down? Maybe it's just too cheap, or I don't know why they wouldn't just raise prices though. So it was a small, unprofitable side business for IEX Group and could not be sustained. Very competitive, expensive market data industry. So, what are the alternatives? At a somewhat similar price point. For each of these, can you list the data they provide at that price point? Hundreds of calls per minute, which is not... Oh, per minute, okay. Yeah, not too bad. Tobacco give okay real-time data. Ah, yes. It's a good idea. I do have Schwab. Let's see. What about Schwab? So... what are the limits? I do have an alpaca as well. So we could look at that. See. It's free? Wow. But there's probably some rate limits right here that couldn't use it in an app like this, I assume. Yeah, but I'm asking for something, assuming we have 100 users, how much can you scale using that? Like it's... Yeah. So 100 to 120 data requests per minute. I mean, that's probably fine, but I don't know. Do more thinking about that. Let's see, so alpha advantage. Nothing that a personal account would get close to. Gotcha. This is my same issue. You can't scale. Gotcha. Yeah, right. Any of these that you can use for a commercial purpose? What's the general gist of this? Might say no. Yeah. Oh, can be used. Good. Okay. No reselling raw feed. That makes sense. Following attribution requirements. Sure. Respect rate limits. Okay. Gotcha. It makes sense. They make it so you don't resell the data, because then you just become a competitor to them over time, and you don't want that. That makes a little bit of sense. So I'm gonna list all the things that we currently get from My Finance, and I'm gonna see if we can get everything. It seems like a good chance. Here are our requirements. We don't need the valuation data because we got that open source thing. Price data. "15-minute delayed" is fine. It doesn't need to be. It's fine. But real time is nice. Possible. Then there were some other things. But yeah, market news, headlines. Ideally, let me pull it up here. I'll go to the fundamental. We can get this stuff. That would be great. But I know that's not easy. We'll see. Ideally, if we can get all the info in the screenshot for each of the companies. that would be great. Okay, so, oh, right, that's right. I didn't mean ETFs, I meant index history. There. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Exposure usually clear limits and reach. Gotcha. Kind of makes sense. Yeah. Okay. List options for the to get olive section. What would be our options? Oh yeah, I've heard of Polygon.io. Let's see fundamentals. Real time. We don't care about the real time as much. I know that's kind of like that can get expensive. Let's see here to change the song. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill coffee. I'm back. All right, so we were doing research. Oh, I could probably continue for a little bit to try to let's figure out which provider we're going to use for this. I think it's about time. I heard about Polygon.io earlier. Go ahead and tell me a little bit about Polygon.io. What do they provide us, and at what price points? Yeah, that sounds good. It's mostly just price data, right? So it's mostly just price data. Is there anything that can provide us fundamental data I shared earlier at a reasonable price point? EODHD. Let's look. What? I always look at the LinkedIn just to see it's not just like one person, because then, yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. Why is it in a different language? Oh, what the heck? What's going on? I think some in France. I guess it's a French company or something. I mean, I could see it only has 420 followers. Yeah, so it's probably just a tiny company. Nothing wrong with that, but a lot of times it doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Financial modeling prep. So frequently recommended as a low cost step up from scraping. Okay, let's look. Okay, this is a big company. That is good. Why does it still think I'm in France? What the heck? Okay, but this company is Canada, I guess. I don't know what's going on in my Safari. That's weird. Oh, that's because maybe it's the French part of Canada. So it's funny. Okay, maybe an option. 5-year historical ratios. Okay. It's not bad. Yeah, FinHub. Yeah. Okay, tell me all the data we're getting with FinHub again. We tried to set up FinHub earlier. For some reason, the API key wasn't working, but I keep seeing it as an option, so I will try again. You're getting it on, like, it could be, maybe I just have to look a little more in the dashboard to enable something. So it covers real-time circle price, rich fundamentals. That sounds good. How far back does their data go? At 30 years, sounds pretty good to me. Oh, we get the earnings transcripts. That's cool. Let's do that. And like, you know, for that historical, it's like for what we're doing, it kind of makes sense. Like we can do our charts and stuff on indexes over like a really long period of time, but that's only a few things. The others, like you generally would never need to do tests on stocks more than 30 years because most companies don't exist for that long anyways. Just a few. Okay, what's the pricing for FinHub? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get the API key and everything and hook it up again. This time hopefully it'll work. Okay, so I'm going to regenerate today's the morning brief. So I can just Chrome here. Well, I'm going to consider one more, which is alpacas. So I'm going to look at their alpaca is a MCP. Funny. This is insane. Okay, so wow. Is this crazy or what? Okay, so I'll be in my cloud instances, just be like typing and trading. That's insane. Anyways, we'll keep looking at that. Let me ask this too. What data does Alpaca provide, their API? Can regenerate this. What's it doing? Oh, token in the world. Oh, it's because we made tokens expired. But when that happens, it should sign me out or something. It shouldn't, but it's signing out way too quickly. That's fine. I'll sign back in. Fix it later. Yes. Why are there no APIs that are like screeners, right? Where it's like you pass in a series of fundamental data. I mean, screening criteria, and it gives you back a list of companies. Why doesn't this exist? Because for a lower price point. That would be down to do that, potentially. Then we can do the last part of the screening ourselves. That makes sense. Basically, it's like a lot of the vendors that have this data don't want to create competitors. For low prices. Okay, I'm gonna learn a little bit more about that smaller one that we looked at. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so this is generated by the LLM now, so that's much better. Okay, that makes sense. Good. Oh yeah, we added a little fade in. Let's test that. So if I load in, oh, let's see what happened here. Some sort of cache thing. Oh yeah, that was a nice fade in. Let me load it again. Oh. Little glitchiness for sure. It does kind of, so what it currently does is it loads in, disappears, then loads in again, does the fade in. So there's a little bit of glitchiness there. Let's try to identify why. Trying to figure out what makes it, why couldn't we build something like Hi, yeah, I know Rohan. How's it going? Okay, let's see if that worked. So if I load it in, oh, the same error. Right. Nice. Smooth loading. Very nice. Cool. Realistically, once it loads in, it should load in both, so we don't have to load twice. So when we switch to afternoon, we don't want it to load in again. We should load in everything we need. That way when they click afternoon, it's very fast. But before I do that, chart of the day. Better loading. App, it is investment newsletter with some research tabs, and you can track your portfolio. Probably remove this as well. I don't really want it. So right now the LLM is considering the market mood in the title, and I don't really want it to do that. So let's go ahead and remove that as context for that prompt. How do they legally package the data, like as a commercial product? Like, what are the steps to even do that? Right now I'm learning about these APIs because I'm just curious. Seems like EOD HD is interesting. We can maybe get some of the data we need. It's small, but apparently it's kind of known, supposedly. I mean, we'll try it. I think we'll check if it has a free version, but a lot of it's just like compliance kind of stuff. Might have turned into Chinese. It's weird. I heard this thing on Twitter. As soon as the LLM gets smart, it turns to Chinese. For some of the models. Overall, I'm still quite a bit confused because of this. Why do you need why do they need a license? Like, okay, so you read the SEC filings, you generate the ratios. What about that needs a license? It's public information. Third party data. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so in theory, let's say you just sell the valuation data, right? Like you parse out that from the SEC filings and you sell just that. So you don't sell any price data. Would you still need a license? I'm just curious. This doesn't really relate to us that much, but something to know about. Might not need extra license in that narrow scenario. No quotes, no charts. Yeah, gotcha. So, okay, for example, how did EODHD get the license to sell what it sells then? What's even the process? It's clearly a small company in France. So, how do they do it? Hey, Sodahead, how's it going? We're learning about how these companies are getting licenses because these, but it's not really related to us. It's about the price data. Like, I was just kind of curious about like if we did make an API and wanted to sell stuff, how we would do it. Like sell usage to data. It seems like the exchanges, they have control of the price data and they only license it to certain people. But EODHD is a small company. So I'm curious how they do it, how they got it. It's like a small company in France. sentiment of a product and generate auto rating from sentiment analysis. You can use a LLM. Well, assuming you're allowed to in your project. Depends, but I assume your project allows you to use an LLM. You look up API, Gemini API, or something. You grab I'm gonna change the song. And you grab their API key, which is like your key to access it. I look up some YouTube videos and things like this on how to connect, use. But granted, your project, you probably have to code it yourself, right? I assume you probably can't use AI, but yeah, I'd look up some YouTube videos on connecting to Gemini API. Using that, you pass in information, it'll give you back some analysis. Okay, how a small shop like EOD HD gets licensed. How did they do it? Yeah, but like how did they do it, right? Like, how did they actually get the license for being such a small company? Is it really hard to get the license? Do they have like some connections or something? Is it hard? Okay. Few hundred or a few $1,000s per month. Gotcha. Gotcha. Can you explain to me why do the exchanges have such control over the data? Like, is this a for-profit situation? Like, what the exchanges themselves, right? They're probably just they make money on selling the data, right? That's the general approach. Is they, I am pretty sure. I never looked into that. So exchanges control market data. This is the choke point where trades happen. Makes a lot of sense. They're the only primary source of official trade and quote data. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I think I'm understanding now. So the reason why all the valuation data and fundamental data is as expensive as it is because in order to calculate those things, you need the price data. The price data, if you don't have the price data, you can't calculate any of these ratios. Therefore, those are expensive. Okay, I'm understanding. Because I was like wondering, like, okay, well, if it's all in the SEC filings, why would that be expensive? That doesn't make sense. But it's not all. Some of it, you need the price, which is owned by the exchange. And that's why it is expensive. Exactly. Okay, gotcha. I wouldn't worry about the copying idea thing. Most people got their own stuff going on. Not only do they have to buy into what you're building, like the idea, they also need to put on all the time to build it. And even if they do that, at the end of the day, though, you're always going to be competing with people, And none of us have as unique ideas as we think. There's so many people on the planet. So it mostly comes down to how you market and get eyeballs on it, as well as how nice it is to use, and you're solving some problem. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. Most people are not really, they don't really care about your ideas so much either. Like, you put a lot of time thinking about it, but you communicate to another person. It's not like, oh, doesn't mean they bought into it, Does EODHD intended for personal use only? I see. Okay, worth investigating. I'll probably email them, but let me see. Can you give me the list of emails for this one, Polygon.io, and there's another one? And kind of just see what's out there as far as this stuff. But now I understand at least what our options are, why it costs, like which data costs. Because before I wasn't really understanding why some data is costing it what it is. But now I at least get that. List of the emails for this one, Polygon and FinUp for commercial use. Hey, maybe one day we could try to pursue like a license. It sounds like it's not like depending on how big your company is. You don't need like connections or anything to get that license. You just have to do a bit of compliance where you tell them, I'm going to save that actually, where you tell them like who you're selling it to and blah, 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 and you negotiate a price with them. But it's probably going to be like at least a couple $100 a month, right? So I probably wouldn't consider that. That would be like one day, maybe if we do offer an API. That's how we would do it, I suppose. But I definitely wouldn't do that in the beginning. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So essentially, you have a monopoly situation going on where the exchanges own all the data. Everyone has to go through them for the prices specifically. That is the thing that they can say, hey, all you guys have to pay this no matter what. And we're going to make sure you follow our rules. And everyone has to do it. There's no way to get around that. Yeah, so I'll kind of explain if you want. So this stuff, right? For some reason, we're having some weird cache stuff going on. Keep loading. But let's say you take a screenshot. You can copy the design, sure, but all the backend stuff, you can't see that through a screenshot. So to copy what we've done, you won't succeed, I guess, unless you all the stuff that we implemented. Unless you put in the time that we did. Or maybe you're just really, you're just really good. You can maybe do it half the time. But regardless, half the time is still a long time to implement all the things. And, as the thing gets more and more complex, there's more and more things that we're going to have. So in order to get on parity with us, I mean, granted, maybe if you had 2 to 3 people going, okay, sure. But that also would mean that we convinced 2 or 3 people that this is a good idea. Yeah, I mean, there's I'm not really too worried about that kind of stuff, literally. So let's see. So it's still loading in again. Let's see if I switch. Okay, yeah. So we wanted to fix that. So right now, when I click afternoon, it loads the whole thing again. Instead of the way it should work is when you load the page, everything should be loaded in morning and afternoon, and we switch. It's a very fast toggle. Either that, or it loads in once, and then, you know, maybe to make sure everything loads in fast, we can. No, that's fine. We can always just load in the morning, load in the afternoon in the background. Nice. Yeah, Soda makes a good point there too. It's like, okay, you copy the app, but there's all the other stuff too. You had to play everything. And we're doing some data collection, so we gotta do that too. And as this grows, there'll be more and more stuff, so. Okay, I wanted to save something. I think I maybe already copied it. I'll go put it in my Google Doc. Okay, cool. I got it. And save their emails in Excel for later. Hey, happy host world. I'm doing pretty well. I notice every time it changes how our loading works, it corrupts our cache, which is weird. Whatever. Yeah, reloading. Cool. Welcome to the show. It's like a co-working space, I guess. I think a lot of people, they join and they just kind of work on their stuff. That's pretty cool. Okay, so it loaded in one thing really quickly, which is here, but the other stuff's still loading. I can see why. When I load in the afternoon, after loading in the morning, I can see that it's fetching the Firebase doc. So you should just do all that fetching first. And once we do that, then we'll make it so it just loads in the morning first. But I just want them to load in at the same time for now. Nice. Perfect. See, it's much faster. Good to see your work. If you need anything, brother, just let me know. Cool. Sounds good. Nice. Just doing more research. Every time I change the loading, I have to reload. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Welcome. I'm gonna sandbox it first before I open the link there, and I'll test it out. We gotta be a little careful with the links. Cool. So I'm gonna paste this here. Oh, no worries, Happy World. I'm actually checking it out right now. I'm just using a sandboxed browser. Oh, so I'm in at the moment. Oh, nice. Cool. I like a Facebook looking thing. Messages. Nice. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, it's fun. I like streaming. It's kind of a cool domain, browser.lol. Oh no, this is Bulmer generate the morning brief. Okay, good. I like the title now. Financial sleeve. That's good. Cool. I don't know if it's the final one, but we're getting there. What do you think about it? We're slowly getting to where we want to be. Yeah, I kind of like this layout the best. It'd be cool if we could like highlight key terms so people don't have to send a chat like this. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's supposed to be kind of that like news, I suppose. Okay. Let's see, where is it? Oh, I don't see it. I guess we didn't create it. I thought I sent the chat for the Fred data viewer. I guess we didn't. Okay. I wanted to create a Fred data viewer, so when the user clicks on the events for today or the week, they'll bring them to this page we're creating. I want you to create a design. Just show briefly what it'll look like in this implementation doc here. I'll put it in the folder. Before we begin, do you think this makes sense? And repeat your understanding to me about what we're doing. A little slow. Add a very light gray background for some sections to differentiate sections in today's brief page. Yeah, I guess you were saying. It's kind of like this one, right? You got like a light gray. We should do this on some of the other sections too. And obviously the spacing is kind of weird, right? Sometimes. On today's brief, let's just do this with the morning brief components to start. Can you go ahead and add some more, maybe every other one should have a light gray background, similar to the AI portfolio insights. Now we'll move this up, I think. Wait, is this regenerating every time? It's notable movers. That would not be good. Okay, it's not. For some reason, it takes a really long time to fetch for some reason. Okay, I think the spacing is weird because some of these have lines and some of them don't, right? Like if every single one has lines. Is there any option to enable IDE in Cloud Code Terminal, which opens IDE when code changes didn't show diff view? Not that I know of. Right now, what I do is I just open this whenever I'm looking. But it would be kind of nice. I mean, well, I guess we get both of it, right? We get both. I can see what's changing and I can go into the diff. So for me, I'm getting all the things I need. The overall diff. Okay, but this is, the way it did this is kind of dumb. I will stop it. The spacing on this gets kind of weird sometimes. I think it's because some of them have lines separators and some don't. So let's go ahead and try to fix that. Add the line separators for each component. I think I'll do that for now. So we get the spacing right. We can always remove lines, but if it helps with it, yeah, to make the spacing consistent. So users viewing events. Not really a fan of the spacing still. The lines didn't really fix that. Gemini CLI has that? Oh, gotcha. Huh. Oh, it's still editing, I guess. I will let it finish. You're using Warp at the Gemini CLI? Gotcha, gotcha. Nice. Can you take a look at all of the types of things? I'm going to send you a screenshot. Can we actually provide Fred data for all of the things they would click on here? I really think let's go ahead and do that. Let's develop a plan for creating a sidebar. I'm going to design an AI studio first, I think, kind of similar to what we've done. So I'm going to do it in this tab here, over here, I'm looking at. Okay, sense it. See if what it will do. Oh, it's just me, Corey. Just me doing this. Discover everything here. Okay. So I guess the idea here is we're just gonna only the things that, so update the plan, only the things that we have for sure will we allow the user to click, and then go to the Fred data viewer. So go ahead and update the plan there. This is gonna be kind of cool for me too, actually, because what do I have to do now if I want to look at this data? I gotta open up Thinkorswim, I gotta wait for it to load. I gotta log in, then I have to go navigate for a while, and then I get to it. Like, okay. It'd be kind of cool. I load up this page, and then I can immediately go look at what happened today and click and look at stuff. That's kind of fun. You guys will see, if you guys haven't seen it already, government data actually provide a ton of stuff like you can look at. I'm working on designing this sidebar over here to get it looking. We want our own take on it, but I do like Substacks. It looks cool. Oh no, I haven't pulled in the Schwab API. We got a list of options. I think I'm probably going to spend a little time maybe emailing some of these options. So we're kind of boiling it down to, pulling it up here, Polygon, FinHub, or EODHD. You have to make sure before you launch for commercial, you kind of have everything in order. You don't want to use data you don't have licenses to, I suppose. Not a good idea. Hey, some up. An Android APK? I don't know. I haven't done that. Yeah. FinHub seems pretty good. For sure. I'm considering EODHD because on their website they make it very clear that they explicitly work with startups and established businesses, so both startups and established businesses, and can onboard people in as little as 3 days. And then Polygon.io also listed on their website that they have a starter developer feed, so that would be for business use. So basically, you just have to make sure that the plan you choose is not the personal use one, because you don't want to get banned. Okay, so back to the design part. Look at what it did here. Don't really like what it's doing. Yeah, stuff that it's generating is pretty bad this far, so we'll just keep iterating. Maybe we'll get that. State you're in? I'm in Washington. So that makes sense. I'm gonna look at the design itself so we can. Oh wait, I just noticed these lines appeared again. There are two lines here instead of one for the top. Okay, so put it under docs here. Oh, I see. It's not reloading. That's fine. So I'm gonna quit. Put it in data feed stocks. Let's just talk about it. Okay, here it is. I just put it in the wrong folder. Well, we have all the data we need for this thread data. So I want to make sure for our implementation, we'll be able to easily navigate through a lot of stuff, right? Would we have enough data that we can collect easily to create these line charts? Okay, cool. This is actually looking good. Check this out. This is what we got. Pretty simple. Works for the moment. It's kind of the same thing. Looks a little different though. It's kind of what we want. I'm gonna save that. instead of lines? What if it gives header names? Let's see here. So here it would be kind of like you have the header names here and you can click. I think that you could also do that for sure. I guess the argument for this maybe is a little less text on the page. To overwhelm them. Let's see. So I put it in our folder here. Put in Prism Research 2. Which maybe make a designs folder. Just stick everything. Designs. And I'm going to stick everything else so we have like a miscellaneous. Should be like notes and various things. What is this? Yeah, let's remove this. Work trees. Delete this. Instead of clicking and selecting, why can't you improve it by clicking and dragging? Whoa. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Okay, so you're thinking you have this thing and you click and drag to the right header. That's kind of fun. Dragging it. And maybe has a little haptic feedback there. You click and release. It's kind of like you're slingshotting it, right? Like dragging. Let's try it. That sounds fun. But I already saved it. I'm gonna make sure I did. It's a cool idea. I'm thinking kind of like a wheel. Like when you click it and then it's like a wheel of headers listed like this, and then you drag and it has the line. Maybe no line, does it? Yeah, line I think, and you let go. Then it jumps like this. I don't know if haptic feedback is the right word, because haptic feedback is like the vibration, right? So I don't really know what I'm thinking, but can't really have that. But some sort of feedback is kind of what I'm saying. hover over it, the header turns white and is a bit bigger to indicate. All right, we'll try. Hey. Oh, thank you, Pixie Paws. All right, so we have an extra data feeds here that I'm gonna. Oh no, that's never mind. Okay, Horizon Worlds. That and miscellaneous. Very slow. Cool. Nice. Yeah, go ahead and update the design doc. We might need to pull in a lot more data. Make sure in that doc, we're also going to keep the same header, but also show the design on the page, right? I'm kind of thinking we could take a more folder-based approach. I kind of want to have the user to be able to go through the folders of the different data and click and open stuff, and then they could also have a folder for like their saved collections. Kind of getting inspiration from that one site that we saw, but we'll make it a little more modern. I do like having this idea of like, it's like a file system and you're like clicking through, because everyone's familiar with the file system and with the amount of Fred data there's a lot of it, so you could just explore this way. The other types of sites, they tend to be kind of these menus that you go through. So maybe the left side would be this folder-based Explorer, and then the right side will have the preview. The preview should be much larger than the folder-based, but they should be able to drag it back and forth so they can make either side bigger. We'll try this design first. Maybe what I should be doing though is doing this in AI Studio first. What I'm going to ask you to do is create this doc, and then we're going to plug it into AI Studio, and then we'll design it there, because that we had a much better luck doing that. So go ahead and update the document. It's like setting hours, minutes, and timer clock for each site content. Yes. Oh, I see. You're saying you're afraid when I said slingshot. Yes. If it gets it wrong, it's fine. I'll just undo it. I was just running a little experiment. All right, so it has done it. Let's see. Oh, weird. Didn't change anything. So it doesn't show anything. It looks exactly the same. So what did you change? Okay, I'm gonna see what it came up with for the Discord, but failed. Could you add me? Feel free to put in the, I guess the Discord. We kind of have all the channels. The reason I did that is because if people send me links and stuff, I want to be a little careful. But yeah, feel free to put it in the channels if you have anything you want to share, I guess. That's okay. Okay, so this is kind of the general idea. Got our folders. What do you guys think of this? I mean, I know this is kind of old style, but maybe we can make it look modern. And then you could have your own folders that you can create where you're bringing in data that you care about, and you have your own little dashboard. And maybe you can, from the research page, you can send your charts to this area as well. It's kind of like your little files section. I like it. I'm going to use it. I think it's fun. Probably won't use these icons. A modern icon. And if people are creating their own collections, then we also know, hey, when they might be interested in new data. So then we could send them emails. Be like, hey, one of your collections is updated based on new data. And the nice thing about Fred data is we don't have to pay for it. So it's very open. Good, but I think it should not be in the main pages. You can have it inside profile or some other page. Yes. I was thinking is this page shows when you come down here to the week, and the ones that you can go and see will be highlighted, and you can see all of it, and then it would bring you to this page. Now go to the right collection, and you can see all the historical data. And then maybe it's in a drop down. I'm thinking maybe on the research, but it's not. I totally agree with you. Not one of the main pages. It's not that interesting. Running a group, me and another senior dev making apps. My job is to brainstorm about working with prototype apps. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, that's kind of the purpose of our Discord, I guess, because people are making stuff. Yeah. So we're all making stuff on each of our projects, but definitely happy to keep in touch. So you can reach out to me on Twitter, I suppose. Oh, I may make a policy for the Discord not to, because sometimes with these links you gotta be a little careful. Some people do, we can do videos, I suppose. I'm kind of playing around with the Discord moderation stuff because I'm kind of new to Discord, so I want to make sure I get some good moderation. Is it gross? Anyways, I'll do that later though. Hey, it actually kind of works. Wait, check this out. Okay, ready? Boom. Okay, obviously there's a few things, but okay, what do you think, Bravo, if you're watching? Imagine this is like not blurring everything and it's like smaller. I mean, I don't know if this was your idea. I think you have something like this, right? You like drag and obviously it'd be much closer. All right, let's try to fix it up and then we'll try it again. Yeah, not bad. Fix it. I agree. We'll see how it looks once we go. Well, while that runs, I'm gonna grab another coffee. Be right back.
風のささやき君への言葉抱きしめた月の雫がそっと輝く夜明けのそばで待っていて夢見る翼は夜を飛ぶ月の光浴びながら黒い闇は星の向こうに霞む光まぶたに映し君の約束なぞってゆく朝の兆しに消えてく星まどろむ空を揺らす風が君の声を連れてくる夢見る翼は夜を越え眩しい光地平の果て薄れる月を空に残して輝く街が近づいてくる
Okay, I'm back. Really wish Suno would stop playing that music while I'm gone. Okay. So the slingshot. Interesting. It changed it a bit. I think it's a bit closer, not quite. A little too finicky. I think it's what if it's farther apart? Yeah, farther apart, remove the bubble. And I wanted to keep the same style where like the text gets bigger and it's white. And maybe like a little closer. Move the bubble around it, just the text. Make it a little closer to the sidebar, but the hover is a little finicky because the text is too close together. So separate them vertically more. Oh, thanks, Most Wanted. We're adding a fun little thing for navigation now that the articles are getting a little bigger. Inspired by Bravo. He gave a really interesting idea about this slingshot, or I think I said slingshot. He said, I forget exactly what he said, but whatever he said instead of clicking and selecting, why can't you improve and dragging it shows lift off there, show the content. That's what he said. So we are doing that. I think that is kind of cool. Oh, we have to get it working. Someone wanted to do how much. Someone wanted to hire you to do what you're doing now, but on their software projects, how much would you want to get paid? Cash ownership, questions like that. I'd say for me, it depends on what I'm working on. That makes sense, right? I think part of the appeal to doing this is you get full creative freedom. as soon as you have a boss, it's a very different story. So, um, so yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this route. I think moment because if I can succeed at doing this, I know it's gonna be really, really awesome. I can just keep building the things I want to build. If that makes sense. In a way, though, your customers are kind of your boss, but at least you built something that you were interested in, and you can have the creative freedom to decide how you're going to solve their problems. Also, I like that you fail on your own terms. So if you suck, everything you make sucks. You will fail, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, fair enough. Like, so I like that too. It's like playing a 1v1. You're playing a game. You're doing like a Rocket League or something, playing 1v1 versus a team. This feels more like 1v1 a little bit. There's no one to blame. So I've kind of committed to doing this for a while. That makes sense. Okay. So let's correct those things. Oh, okay, so it finished. It messed up the text color, but Gotcha. Wait, this is close. The hover is still a little weird. I think it should be white when it gets, and it's just getting a little too big. And then the text should be on these. Yeah, so just a few of those things. No bullet points. So no bullet points. Text should be white. Shouldn't get as big on hover, and separates the separation space between the text isn't consistent. Some are closer together than others. Hey, Droid Jam. Yeah, unfortunately I can't play Minecraft music anymore. I thought it was copyright free, but it's only copyright free if you're playing Minecraft. Otherwise it's not. I really enjoyed having that music playing though, so oh well. It is what it is. I guess maybe I could play like kind of those similar kind of ones that are like piano inspired by Minecraft. So I used AI Studio. Yeah, exactly. Most Wanted. AI Studio has been helping us a lot, getting to where we want to be as far as design. We start with looking at like other sites. We get some inspiration. For example, with this thing, we're kind of thinking Substack, but we're building our own version, so we're not just copying. Substack doesn't have this slingshot thing. Cool. Okay. It's still not white though, so I don't really. Oh, I see what it's saying. It actually refused what I said because it said if it made it white, you wouldn't be able to see it. And yeah, that's true. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess it kind of has to be black, right? Oh, this is looking pretty good. It's not quite there though. Something feels a little bit not quite right about it. Maybe the text needs to be a bit closer. I think there's a few things that are wrong with this, right? Like, the line should follow your cursor. It shouldn't just immediately go to the... Let's fix that first and then see how that feels. Not immediately click to the text until you are close. Then it should. I'm kind of thinking maybe there should be like a little bit of a graphic for the, like, it's kind of like a wheel line, one like this. Also, it's kind of easy to miss. It should be easy to just go like this real quick, this, but you have to put it right on. You can't just go like... Also, like, it's very easy to miss if you're going quickly. It should be something like, even if you're way too far above, it should be choosing which one to go to, right? So it should feel like you're very easily slingshot around. If that makes sense. I'm gonna use that term because that's how I feel about it. We'll see if that works. I'm not totally sold on this yet. It has to feel not gimmicky, and it feels like sleek and cool. Okay, so the Fred view, that was what we were gonna do. So I'll run another, I'm gonna paste this doc into maybe even the same project in AI Studio. Either that or a screenshot. I think I'll create a new project so it can run. I'll do this over here because I'm not sure. Let's put again. Oh yeah. This is our design. Here is how our website looks. You know, our styles. Try to implement this page. Try to implement this design. Professional. should have the same header. So here's what I'm sending. I attached our document that we made about the design, and I attached the image of the website, and I'm just adding a little bit of extra information, and we'll see if it can achieve it. Just this page. Okay, here's what it looks like now. Yeah, it's a little bit easier to just okay, a little more responsive, I'd say. Still missing something graphics wise, I think. Okay, I'm realizing this line thing doesn't look good, right? It's just like a weird, doesn't really make sense, right? Why is there a dot right there? This should be a different thing, right? I want to take a screenshot. Unclear. I'm gonna go to the stream and take a screenshot of it. Okay, I took a screenshot. Let me pull it up here. Okay, this is what AI Studio generated for our Fred Data Explorer. It's pretty good. It's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking these were yeah, I like it actually. I think it's a pretty good initial version. I'm gonna correct a few things, but other than that. I'll just keep it here because I'm working on it. Okay, so the first thing here is make sure that the My Collections, it should also be a collection you can click. The idea is like someone can drag and drop the collections they care about into that folder. That's like the editable folder. And that way they can easily find the information they're looking for. That's the first version. The next version is that people can create their own documents and pin charts to it or something like this. But that's for later. Okay, cool. I'm going to attach the screenshot we took. The issue with this is that the line is kind of weird. The way that it attaches to this sidebar, it doesn't really make sense, right? It's like when you click that, you're probably going to expect some pop-up to come up, but instead it's like the line is just sort of attaching to a random place. So we need to come up with a different design for how the sidebar should look. Let's ideate a little bit. What's the concept? And how would that be consistent with the styling? I noticed anything AI generated uses the same animation for all the charts. I kind of wanted to ideate first. I'll just talk to Cloud Code about that then. That's cool. I don't really know what this does. Can Can you make my collections just a folder like all the rest of them? I don't really want this star thing because I don't really understand what that's for. So just remove those stars. It's just like a folder that you can drag other folders into. By default, it'll be maybe just have one folder. It's maybe just maybe the federal funds rate or something. But people can add more. Get a proper timeline where each node is a node on the line. Oh, I like this idea. Oh, I actually came up with something too. That's not bad. Let me look. It's actually not bad. Wait, low key. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so I can't do... Listen to me. That's demanding that it's locked in, right? I can't do this. Does kind of work though. It should be bigger so you can easily click. I don't really like as I click, I'm like missing. The thing about it though, this icon suggests like it's opening up a sidebar, but it's, I guess it kind of is, right? Not really what you'd expect. I guess this is more useful as the article gets longer, right? But this has to be usable. Right now, it's like you can just scroll and get here, so it's not very useful. But at some point, it maybe could be. The other idea I had with this, well, I guess the AI kind of inspired, is like I was imagining what it was before, and when you clicked it, it like expanded into this, and then you dragged into which one you wanted. Because there was already a bunch of lines, so as soon as you clicked it, I'm gonna try this version because I think that could be cool. So there's this one, We're going to save it. We're going to try a new version. We're going to go back to this type of menu, but what it's going to be, you click it. It's going to be you click and hold and it expands into all these menus. So there's going to be an animation of it expanding and the text appearing. And then you drag it to the right place. So there's not going to be a line. But based on wherever you end up, it's going to highlight and fill the little dot. That's how you know where you are. So it's like you click, hold, and then it opens up that menu, little animation, and then wherever you let go, that's where it's going to end up going. What happened here? Too many lines. I think it's because every component is making a line on the top and bottom. But it only needs a line at the top for each of them. Or a line at the bottom for each of them, rather. Okay. This is kind of stupid. Let's go ahead and just make it so every component just has a line at the bottom, right? Doesn't need a line at the top and bottom. Doesn't make any sense. Then we have too many lines. I work in AI Design Studio. Called it AI Design Studio, AI Studio. Nice. Cool. I think this one's ready. Oh, it's right here. So we put it in miscellaneous, your designs, and paste it. So you're going to go ahead and implement the new page first. That's the first phase of this. And you're going to need to create the endpoints. And we're going to need to develop a plan for how we're going to store these collections. I think the user, we're storing the collection to per user, like the my collection part. But the other ones are non-editable, right? They can't edit the Fred data folders. So that stuff is all stored globally just in another collection. We'll call it Fred data. That's going to help us too because we're just going to store it all there and we're not going to keep fetching this over and over again. We're probably going to, you're going to build a script to populate this Fred data so that we don't have to, again, keep fetching it. So go ahead and build a plan, update the plan with this first. Make sure to include that this is the reference we're going to use for the design and the plan. Okay, what is this? Fix this, please. Oh, is it? Might need to restart again. Oh, there we go. Nice. That looks good. Oh, this one has a ton of lines. Any idea what happened here with the lines? Let's talk about it first. No changes. market news gets border. Okay, yeah, so make it so the AI Portfolio Insights doesn't have a top line. They should all have the border, or the bottom borders. Oh, I didn't see your full message, most wanted. The way that we did it is we did the whole thing at once. I guess we did page by page in a way. But yeah, we didn't do it component by component. Might be a good purge for next time. Still one extra line. There's still one extra line here. Let's see what it came up with here. Good. Okay, still designing over there. So designing with its help. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do that. Okay, it's beginning. Cool. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I think the spacing is a lot better. There's still an extra line here. There's too many lines still. The spacing is better between the different. I think it is anyway. I'm having a little trouble. What I want is for this. Well, so this was our one version, but I wanted to make it like this. So this expands, like when you click, and then you can, it's no longer going to be a line. And then you hold on it, and then there'll be, it'll highlight. So you can hold and then let go. And this would perfectly expand into this. Maybe we wouldn't put the dot, just the line. But it keeps trying to transform it into an icon. This time I'm going to attach an image. I haven't tried that yet. You can see what is wrong with you? Yeah. Okay, so please use this image as a reference. We're keeping this. This is going to expand into on mouse down. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. That one. Slowness. Unable to load movers? What? How would that be? That's just loading in some text we should have already generated. I noticed that one's always slow, so I'm kind of wondering what it's doing there. Oh, I see. Backend crashed for some reason. I think it's because it's making changes. We got our little scripts. Yeah, good idea, Bravo. Well, I'll try with the image. It seems to be good with reference images, so we'll see if it succeeds. It did not succeed. Bad. Why does it keep doing that, I wonder? No icon. Use the image. What's wrong with you? It keeps transforming it back to this icon. I don't want this icon. It's not like it's bad, but I want it to be the cool, like, and it expands. Oh, apparently it's already done. So let's restart and look at what it has created. Looks like we got an error. I think I'm noticing something. With AI Studio, what does it do? It just keeps modifying the same file, and it's making a huge app.tsx. So I'm gonna try to make a new component, so that way it maybe we'll have an easier time with generation. It's worth a shot. Historically, that's how we get better stuff. Yeah, it's kind of a nice. I would read this every morning. Just a quick little overview. What's going on? It's very, very condensed. So you check in the afternoon, it should show you a little page. Oh, well, it shouldn't even show you the afternoon and the morning. Just say morning. We try to click, it's like, check back. It inverts the selection again. Looks like our calendar is inversed. All the things that should be selectable are blanked out, and all the things that shouldn't be selectable are active. So what do I need to do? Give me a little walkthrough. Do I need to run the Fred script first? Did you build tests for this Fred script? It would be cool if you can quickly build a test, run the Fred script, and validate we have everything we need in the database. Okay. I'm going to go with our initial version without the slingshot and without the... Just the one where you click shows the menu for now, until we can get it, the other one looking good. What is this? Close this. We already have that. It just created a endpoint page we can look at. Nice. Looks pretty good. For some reason, did the stars, even though I removed them. Heck. Okay, I'm noticing this is regenerating every time, which is suspicious. Can you double check this one? This notable movers, are we generating this every time the user is loading the page? It should just be, show me the logic for how this is generated. It should just be saved and then we're fetching. Because I noticed it changed. And that's weird. Are we doing the same for this as well? The idea is these are not going to be updated. It's one-time LLM generation, and then it doesn't reload until the next day. So we need to make that change. It's supposed to just store it in Firebase, and then we retrieve it. Fred. Realistically, this should be very fast. Hey, Jacob. Got a Minecraft server used to on 10 years ago. Oh, really? That's cool. It's called Drancraft. It's a really stupid name. Here. This is how you spell it. This one. Wait, is there another one? Oh, no, this is... Wait, what is this? I don't think it's Minecraft. Some other thing. But yeah, this is the one. Actually, let me look in that real quick. So it's one of these, like you could just like fight in these areas. And I remember I put this. It's funny. All right, I had another one too, but this one was always really small. Anyways. Yeah, what about you? What'd you make? Times. Stephanie did. It's marketing, man. Because everyone would join. They'll be like, do you guys need any staff? Okay, cool. Looked like a simple fix. No, so this is not how it's supposed to work, right? Like the way this works is when I click that generate morning brief button, the morning pipeline is going to save it to Firebase. We're not ever going to regenerate ever. That is what it is unless I click the button again to force regenerate it. Because it's not based on the user, those things. It's based on that day. It's that 1 day run. Make sure everything in morning brief works this way, except the only thing that doesn't is the no. The only thing that doesn't is the portfolio. No, we're gonna keep it simple. Just everything works that way for now. Hey, GeoDev, how's it going? You're in a soup server. Oh, I remember that. Oh yeah, MCV PvP. Yeah, I remember we had a little arena for that. But it wasn't like the main part of the server. Those were kind of fun. What happened to... crashed. Oh. Got this error. What was the problem here? Okay. Setting up servers, coding plugins for Minecraft has to be fun. Oh man, that actually, maybe we just take a day, just make a bunch of plugins. Hey, then I could actually play the. Oh, I looked it up. Apparently, I'm not allowed to play MC music unless I'm doing something with Minecraft on my stream. So That could be the day I can play it. Make some plugins or something. I remember I had some ideas like for plugins. Back then it would take like an enormous effort to make. What has it done? I might not discard those last changes. Yeah, so I really liked how our format looked before. Why did it change to this? Did you change the LLM prompts or something? Is this some fallback? Because if so, please remove any fallback sort of like synthetic data. It's really confusing. You'll be watching the whole day? Oh yeah. Dude, let's do it. It'd be a lot of fun actually. So I remember the idea I had was like a Wild West. I don't remember all the details though. I just remember it was cool. It was like you could like pan for gold. What was the other stuff? God damn, so long ago I can't remember. I remember it was like me and my friends at the time. Like made a plan for this plugin and tried to get a bunch of people working on it. But yeah. Wait, I think it's still on my GitHub actually. Because we started it. Oh yeah, it's still here. Let's see what we did. How much did we actually implement here? Okay, so we have a gold panning. Oh, we could elect a mayor. So something about paying, I guess. Yeah. Can you imagine? That's probably all. I mean, teleporting bandits. I remember when I was like programming this stuff. I had no idea what was going on. I'd like look up I just look up bucket examples and like copy paste a bunch of stuff. Yeah, change the music. Yeah. On sign create. Got a few permissions, the resources. So maybe a few things are here. Worth investigating. But that'd be actually a lot of fun. Maybe we could even make mods and stuff. Okay, cool. So what we saw there was actually the fallback, which it loves to do and confuse us. We're going to regenerate it. Notable movers. Let me reload. Maybe it's like one of those things. Okay, great. Okay, great. Perfect. I'm gonna check in the database. Everything is stored. I noticed this didn't regenerate, which is a little suspicious. Yeah, it looks like it's the same. I'm like pretty sure. I'll double check. Can you double check this market summary? Is this currently being... Just make sure that this is not a fallback and that this is being generated once. And yeah, basically what I said before in the prior chat. Okay, so let's test the new page. It's called the Fred data page. Cloud Auto. Oh, Auto Cloud. Yeah, it's funny. Andre came into our Discord. He posted that, and then I see it on my homepage. It's like, oh, it has like 30K views. So props to him. That's pretty cool. He made that. Looks like in 3 weeks. I respect that. Definitely a lot to learn from that guy. He's made something that looks pretty cool pretty quickly. And his videos look really high quality. So for me, I'm like looking at it like, some inspiration. Looks like he's been doing it a while. Kind of got, not getting paid. No. Yeah, I think what I'm most interested to learn is how he got so many eyeballs on his project. Maybe I could talk to him. Like, I get it. It is cool. But it's also like, how did he get 30K views from, because his YouTube was like, and then he got 30K views in like a couple days. I was like, that's really cool. Maybe it might just be YouTube is pretty fair. Like YouTube, when you have a good video, high quality, it pushes it, right? And that's what I believe it is. It was a really high quality video. What he made is cool. So I hope to maybe replicate that a little bit. Oh, did you actually use it, Jacob? That's cool. I'll try it out maybe. It looked cool. Looked kind of like a cool thing to try out for sure. Yeah, I'll put it on my list of things to... I'll give it a shot, eh? Developing this like giant list of things to try that I keep putting off, but okay, so let's fix these charts and everything else. Looks like it's not really getting the right data. Interesting. Well, you know, YouTube makes it very clear. I mean, I do believe YouTube is actually pretty fair in some sense, because I notice on my videos, like if I post a video, it usually seems to give it a shot. Like it'll put it, and I noticed that also on my homepage. I will see some videos with like 100 views. So it seems like it really tries to push and experiment with each video, even if you're a really new creator, which is kind of cool. Because it didn't used to be like that with, I remember I was making videos like a long time ago too. And it was like, I mean, there was 2 times I started. I started it was like 2009 or something. I was like really young. I was posting like Halo montages. And I got some views. I had one that's 100,000 views. Yeah, but anyways. It was Halo content. It's called Elephant Wars. And then I tried a bit later, and then that was really hard. And then nowadays it feels like it's a little easier, because it seems like it always, if you make good content, I guess it kind of pushes it somehow. But I'm not very good at making, at editing. I think what happened is his video was just really, it's a good video, right? And like he made a cool product. Yeah. Were you a Modern Warfare player? I feel like it's either one of those two if you're a gamer. Great. Okay, this all sounds good to me. I'm going to double check, but great. Pretty simple. Okay, now I want you to build tests for the Fred data. Right now the charts look like this. Oh, CSGO? Yeah, I played that too. That was fun. I got to the, what was it, gold? It's like it was not very good rank. Kind of like gold. Gold CSGO. I'll just look up CSGO. One of my friends was really good. Yeah, I got to, I think it was one of these or something. But he got like way up here. Don't remember which one. I also played a lot of League in high school. I probably put the most hours in that. That or MC, I don't know. Go. Look like this. So I'm going to send a little screenshot. So the charts aren't populating. Make sure we have all the data. So I want you to go through for all the different types of data that we see here. I want you to build tests for them that we actually have collected the data. So go through Firebase and make sure make sure we have all the data that we need to populate the graphs. That's how the test should work. So it should be just checking what we have in Firebase, and the test will fail, and then we'll need to fix the scripts to populate that data. That's kind of the flow here. My 15-year-old decided to grind so hard. Wow. Holy shit. Nice. That's a fun game. I don't think we need this this button here with the navigation. So when you click here, it'll go to this page, into the right data. I know Fred data has a lot more than this though. So we're gonna make sure we got everything we can get. I'm gonna look up Fred data viewer. I'm sure that it's already a thing, but. But I gotta say, like, I kind of like this kind of view of the data, because that way you get a really quick overview as opposed to you have to like search. And this is with the folder system, you can get a good overview. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, cool. Maybe it's not a very common way to show it, so. Oh, nice. It's already populating the graph. Make sure it's not sample data. Okay, the graphs look not zoomed in. I'm not sure if these are economic uncertainty or economic policy uncertainty index. Huh. That'd be cool if we have a description, like a really in-depth, so people know what's going on here. And that's kind of the value we add. You know, you can go through the Fred data, but there's usually not a lot of descriptions, and you kind of have to do the research yourself on what it is. So we'll help the user. I don't know why it's loading in like that. Fix that. Yeah. I wish we could get more data than the maybe we only can get 3 years. Oh, nice. This one we have, what the hell? We got like 100 years of data on the 3 months. Holy shit. Is that real? So all the data you collected, did you get it the max amount we could possibly get? Like historically? I'm just curious. Don't do it yet, but for each one of the ones that we have, can you go through and tell me whether we got the max amount or not? Oh, it already has a pretty good description of what this is. So let's see. Let's see, what did we get? We got thousands available. Fed funds. Can you check our Firestore? Can you build a little script that'll like just tell us how much data we're storing in Firestore in size? Just keep that in check a little bit. Wow, we have almost 100 years, 80 years worth of data. That's cool. We'll make this a little easier to read. All right, so I'm gonna try dragging one of these into my collections. Looks like it's just a reference. I don't think it actually copied. If I reload. Nice. So the way that you implemented this, when I drag something into my collections, is it saving a reference, or is it's not copying the data, right? Just saving a reference to where the data is for my user account. Actually really happy with this. This is already pretty cool. Why do we have two of these? But one of them has like no data. Need to delete this one. Nice. Oh. Can you make that size script check everything though? It looks like it's only checking the Fred data. So go ahead and just tell me the overall size. You don't need to print everything. Just like print the size of everything that we have stored. Yeah, this is all Suno music. I'm gonna change the songs though, because I'm getting a little tired of them. I usually get tired of these ones pretty quick, but they're good for a little bit. In the other chat here, I'm gonna make this a little easier to read. Hey, can you go ahead and these descriptions, they're great. Let's go ahead and make them a little easier to read. Let's come up with a plan for how we can do this. I'm assuming these descriptions came from the Fred API, right? Start uploading your best Suno music. Oh, nice. Hey, that's actually really cool. Jacob, I'm curious, like, how hard was that process? I feel like we made some decent songs. I think this one's a decent one. I don't see any downside. We can make a little Spotify. It's kind of fun. I haven't really explored it. Hey, Meow. How's it going?
Something's coming, child.
So we are storing 5 megabytes. Oh wow, we're not even close. Good. So we can store a lot more data. Are you consistently doing 8 hours a day? I don't know. I like it. I think that's probably how. What are you doing? What are you trying to make, man? It's like a newsletter. I think we got a good collection of features at this point, but we have a series. The next thing that we're doing at the moment. Sorry, let me pause this music. It's kind of distracting me. It's a newsletter, and you can do research. And right now we have to work on the latency between the pages because I've noticed that's been increasing lately. But you can track your portfolio or your watch list and portfolio. And you can do research and generate charts. So this is kind of like an example of this. We also fix the colors, which is because we've been redesigning the site recently. But yeah, you can ask any type of question you want about the stock market, like what are Apple's returns when Chinese stocks drop? You can generate cool charts. And this was us fixing things. Okay, that's the collection. And now we're adding Fred data, which is government data. And it's a lot of it. So it's kind of fun to explore. We came up with our own little design that we think makes sense for the Fred data. If you look online, like Fred data is it's easily accessible, but I think this is a better UI to explore it in. This kind of folder method, because you can very quickly get an idea of all the stuff you have access to. Excuse me. And so this is going to be our take on this. So the way that you access this page is either going to be through the dropdown on the research, or when you're scrolling through your newsletter, you can click one of these and it will bring you to the what's happening today, what are the releases. You click in, jumps you over to this page, and it will go to the right collection, and then you'll be able to save your own collections of things that you're interested in. This is the page we're working on at the moment, so kind of an abstract combo. Okay, just front or APIs too. We're doing both. What is your edge for others? The edge is the bundle of everything. The idea is this is for people, it's like all the data exists for the things that we're doing, right? But it's like a nice bundle for the type of person who wants to get an overview of everything. And a customizable version. A lot of newsletters are not very customizable. So you can choose the things that you care about. So that doesn't exist. That's the first problem. Second problem is the portfolio performance. It's very nice to get all these key statistics on your whole portfolio across all your brokerages. Because trying to build that is really annoying to do that. You'd have to make an Excel and you got to do all the calculations. And even if you do that, you can't get it based on a time period, but we will calculate it on your time on these time periods. So we get the Sharpe ratio and everything else. We calculate that and your first benchmarks, how you're doing. So that's the thing people care about. People will already pay for this kind of thing. So we're doing that, this portfolio tracking. And then the research tab, it knows what kind of investor you are. So you can ask questions based on what's happening and how it relates to your portfolio. Long-term vision for that. You will have an AI assistant to help you a little bit. And it's not really help as in, hey, we will tell you to buy this thing. It's more like, here's some information that might be useful to you. That's the idea. What are your tools? I use Cloud Code. And I use Opus 4.5. And we use AI Studio for design. And those are all of our things. Okay, data. Okay, it's not hard. Wait, really, Jacob? You have someone making 1K from Sunotracks? I never would have expected you could make money. I always thought the Spotify songs, like, you make like nothing. It's like a cent for like 1,000 plays or something. I guess if your friend, they really got a freaking amazing hit That's awesome. Good for them. I respect that. You started uploading your best Suno music. No downside at all. It's not hard. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll do it then. You should validate the idea. You got to get hands of users, but with that said, I guess we're going to find out whether this is, I don't know, right? We haven't even gotten to that process yet. It's mostly just, there's no customers yet for this. So I'll let you know when we explore. It's not even, we haven't deployed it yet. I think it's really easy to just do an LLM summary. But here's how I want it structured, though. I want it to be an LLM summary that captures pretty much everything in the description. It's just going to make it more readable, right? Separated into a nice article format, and at the bottom, it's going to have all the references that the Fred data came with. So it looks pretty legit, easy to read. Let me think though. We gotta be a little careful. We just need to make sure to put the something at the top there saying that this is an AI summary of the Fred data. Try Google search trends. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Google search trends is pretty good. I think that's it, right? Yeah, let me go back to the page. Let's hook it up now. I think it's good enough to already hook up, so. Great, let's go ahead and hook up the Fred Data Explorer to the brief. The way it should work is... Actually, how should that work? Warning. I just attached the file for this, but what we need to do is we need to think about how we're going to, for the day and week, and I mean those two specific components, how are we going to hook it up to the Fred data so it goes to the right place? Let's ideate a little bit first. It's €3 stream a month. Doing 300k streams a month on 10 accounts. Holy shit, bro. Wow. Amazing. That's pretty cool. Well, we have some songs, so I'll do it. I'd say we probably have like 10 songs that I think are pretty good. This is probably one of them. So go ahead and let's ideate first before you begin. Do you think this makes sense? How would we do this? We don't want to run this every time we load it. It's just like we will store it. And then I don't think we need to update the description basically never, right? It's always going to remain the same. However, with that said, double check me here. I think we'll remove the top part here.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide beneath the stars.
Can you go ahead and remove the top part there where it says Fred Data Explorer and then back to today's brief? We don't need this.
Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Also, I noticed this graph does a lot of smoothing, which I don't really want. Just a small fish. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I mean, there's the ethical idea of that, I suppose. But it's no stopping where we're going, I suppose. Like you said, I think most of them, the money these guys are making these days is likely those concerts, especially the medium level and the, you know, the artists that are not the biggest, right? They're probably making most of their money from the actual concerts and things. That would be my guess.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and add a view original toggle. That's a great idea. That way if someone, you know, they have the ability to see the original description and our generated one.
Clear without the norm.
So don't implement it quite yet. Tell me the plan then first.
Consumes a light. Does come.
What are some of the things you would recommend someone who's getting into coding by today? What to avoid? What would I avoid? I don't actually know what I would avoid. I think just the way to always learn programming has always, in my opinion, has always been to just start building, you know? Build stuff. And as you're building, you'll learn. It's kind of inevitable. Like as you run into bugs, as you deploy stuff, as you run into problems, that's when you'll learn the stuff. And you'll figure out pretty quickly if you like it or not. And that, I think it's always been that way. I think it's still this way, right? It's like you could just try to study, but that's I don't know, maybe that works for some people, not for me though. Like most of the people I know that like programming started it with projects. They were making stuff either in class or making plugins for Minecraft, you know, things like this. That's how they started. So maybe find a project that you think would be fun and download, you know, Cursor or something like this and give it a shot. I'm using Cloud Code, but if you don't like how this looks, you can use some of the others. I'm gonna change songs again. I'll play the Neo Soul one. Play that one in a while. We got 41 songs in this one, so this one I have to switch so often. Can you explain to me how this will work though? Like, are we gonna store in Firebase, just generate the LLM preview once and then not for all the descriptions. And then we just like never update it again. Is that kind of what we're doing? Okay, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, let's go ahead and implement that. Okay, it's actually attaching it now. So it's building this kind of manual diction mapping from our headlines to the Fed data. How does it choose which one to go to though? You can get crazy rich from only music streaming? Really? Interesting, Jacob. I never would have thought that. I for some reason, I always just assumed the streaming stuff is very just pennies. Like you just have to get really lucky. But even then. So maybe worth a shot. Doesn't, like you said, there's not a lot of downside. Hey, Kittleson. How's it going? Oh, gosh. I'm going to go probably grab another coffee, and then I will be back more. When I come back, what we're going to do is finish up our Fred data hookup. And then we will maybe work on some of the other features that we're planning. Allow edits while I'm gone. Actually, I'm just going to wait until this is done because I want to see it hooked up. I think it's almost done. Also, never thought about it until I met this guy. Interesting. Well, I believe you. So I guess his strategy is more of a quantity over quality thing. Or I mean, you can generate good quality pretty easily, but he just sort of maybe finds the most trending genres you could do on Suno and then just use some of the similar styles maybe. And generate like just a shit ton of them. Does Spotify really allow that? Like, does Spotify allow AI music? Really? They probably have an algorithm like YouTube, right? Where it's like, oh, you promote on other platforms. Why not, right? Okay, cool. Thanks for the idea. Never would have. Wasn't really considering it very much. Oh, interesting. Cool.
Take my hand, we'll dance
We would generate a ton of them, so might as well upload the good ones.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Oh, yeah, see you, Jacob.
Hand, we'll dance
Have a good one. Thanks for the ideas.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Okay, I can't click this yet, so must not be quite hooked up. Oh, this one worked. Let me click. Oh, nice. Good. Hey, how come the day is... Oh, here it is. Some of these should be clickable. I think we're not bringing in a lot of the data yet. There's still quite a bit more. Right. You might be right, Kittleson. There might be a bit of a backlash. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, cool. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab another coffee. I'm back. So there's two things. Number one, I don't think we have all the fret data because I'm pretty sure there's tons more. Hey Rahul, how's it going? Yeah, working on I just realized I don't have the appear visible anymore. Weird. But yeah, we're working on this investor newsletter. You can track your portfolio, you can get your news for today and the morning and the evening. So we'll go ahead and generate the evening one since I think it's market close, so usually takes a while. But we'll let that run in the background. So you can track your portfolio, watch lists. You can kind of do paper trading if you want a little bit, in the sense that you can put in stuff and track how it would have done and get all the statistics here. And you can chat with the AI. It knows how you like to invest. Bean juice, yes. So yeah, that's what we're working on. Right now we're adding government data to the platform. Red data viewer. I think we can go ahead and remove this text too. Keep it simple. Add a dark mode. Oh man. You guys are killing me with this dark mode thing. I don't really like the dark mode. But we do have it, but we haven't hooked it up with the new styling. Everyone's always asking for dark mode. We'll have it as an option. It's still generating. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Or maybe just this. Actually, this is fine, right? Just saying what it is. But it just looks a little weird, so maybe make it darker text. Can you make this text a little darker? Oh, jeez. Let's see how do I fix that. I don't know. Can I decrease my brightness? Cool. Yeah, thanks, Rahul. Yeah, we're making progress slowly but surely. Adding new things, and we would just have a nice feature set that we feel is useful. I think we're getting there. It says market mood. Afternoon is almost done generating, I think. Let me look. Yes. So it generates like a bunch of charts. We'll see if it works for today. Okay, one thing I'm wondering, do we actually have all the Fred data that we can get? Because it looks like I remember there's like tons of things, right? So did we limit how much we got or something because of the rate limits? What's your next step? Like, what's your thinking to add now? We have this list of things. I can just pull up the docs over here. So we're going to add this screener. It's going to be kind of similar to this screener. There's two problems we need to solve though. And then we did some research on that today. Is we need to get the data necessary to screen. And this data is a little tricky to get. You might have to spend a lot of money. So we kind of nail it down to maybe 3 providers. And I'm going to need to send some emails, see if we can get a reasonable price. And then after we do get the data, then we're going to add like more descriptive open type screening. Right now you have to put in exactly what you need, but we're going to allow the user to put in what themes they're looking for. And then it's like a bunch of presets like Ozempic, AI, you could say like AI second order effects like energy plays. You have a bunch of presets and themes that you might want to play. So you click and add it in. And then also what type of investing you're looking for, special situation, mergers, you add all that in. So it's like a more open-ended type screening, if that makes sense. But we will allow you to add this as well. So it's this plus the more descriptive or more open-ended screening together, then we'll screen for you. And then you can save the screening, maybe even in this collection, because we're building this idea of like a folder system, right? Maybe you could save your screens in this collections. Something like this. And then you can start to do alerts based on that. So as you can see, doing all this is going to take a long time. So we're probably not going to just like spend 100% of the time adding new things. At some point, we're going to shift to maybe trying to sell stuff. I got a slip step. Yeah. You're 100% right. There's a lot of so with this one, it's I think you're right. I'll put it here as well, because getting the data from at a relatively reasonable price that we can use commercially. And then the next step is the fuzzy descriptive screening. Once we have the data set, that actually will go kind of smoothly, but yeah, that'll be the most tricky part, is getting that. If we had infinite money, then it's no problem, but okay. Yeah. So let's go through. Let's make a plan. I want you in this document to list every single Fred data set that we can access. I don't know how huge this document's going to be, but go ahead and make this document, because we're going to add as much as we think is valuable to the user. Can you add these steps into your README so that people can contribute? I don't think this one is an open source, unless I accidentally made it public, but I don't believe I did. Let me look. No, this is a private repo. So for this one, we probably will keep private, I suppose. I have some other public repos though, that anyone wants to work on with me. That'd be fun. Hey, what am I vibe coding? What are you working on? Working on a investor newsletter. You can track your portfolio, do research, and we're working on Fred data. So this is government data. We're pulling this in, so users, when they're coming in, reading this, they can click. Right now we hooked up to one of them, so it brings you to the collection. But this is not the right one. It should be bringing you into this one, which is much more interesting. I think this one's a little strange. So this is like the Fed interest rate, I suppose. So, yeah. These are newsletters for morning and afternoon. We just generated the afternoon one. I noticed it messed up the headline, which we fixed them this morning, today. Let's go ahead and fix the afternoon one. And the afternoon one generates charts based on what happened today. So today the S&P dropped. That's not true. Some sort of problem here. What happened? So we got this for today. Make sure that this is not a fallback thing that you've generated here, because this is not true. How much of this is vibe coded? Used to work in finance. I like how this looks sleek. Oh, you worked in finance? Cool. Plan to make a subscription model? Yes. Yes. YouTube is so cool. It actually is getting people that work in finance. Yeah, we have exported to Excel, and I'll show you the cool part about this here. So you can get all your Sharpe ratio, everything for your portfolio, across your entire portfolio, and we're going to make the export to Excel really cool. Like when you export to Excel, everything's going to be hooked up so that when you open either on Microsoft Excel or even if you put in Google Sheets, everything's gonna automatically updates, because we already built how this will look, and so it's just a matter of giving that to the user, and then they can use that as their tracker. So it's gonna automatically grab it from, if you use Google Sheets, it's gonna use Google Finance, update the prices, and the Sharpe ratio and everything else will update. So that's kind of a cool Google Sheet. But this will be one of the premium features that we would have. And then, we're just going to keep adding in more data. So for the research tab, we got some mobile app data. And I'll show you, you can ask all these cool questions. This was a large portion of the effort. I'll show you. So this is this is an example of doing the mobile apps reviews, but so these kinds of questions, right? How many times did SPY return more than 1% in a single day in 2024? And you can keep iterating on the charts. And you can request to do certain types of charts. You can do bar charts. You can do. I'll show you guys an example, right? Like, how did Apple? I've used this example a lot. So many use a different one. How did Microsoft do when Chinese stocks fall? I don't know. In 2020. So we'll see if that works. Haven't tried this one yet. Does the penalty to the newsletters have a HITL component? I don't know what HITL is. Let me look it up. Oh, human in the loop. Yeah, so right now what we're thinking is I'm going to manually review. We do have a validation step and evaluation step. So we have two steps for the charts. So not only does it validate the scripts that we're running are correct on the data, but then we send it through another evaluation loop with the LLM we send in the image to try to determine if the chart generated makes sense for the question. But for today's brief, we're going to have an extra loop there where I'm going to review it in the beginning, the charts, as well as add tests. There's going to be maybe another evaluator step, or we added maybe to the validation step. Anyways, so this is what we returned here. So we can see when FXI, which is the ETF for Chinese stocks, dropped more than 2%. 2020, the forward returns for Microsoft beat the S&P. Cool. Let's maybe try something though. I haven't tried this yet. Instead of S&P for the comparison bar, let's use the Chinese ETF. So I've tried some other things, but I haven't actually tried changing the comparison bar. This is seriously insight. I've invested for a while since high school, so I've always been really interested in it. But I also worked at Tableau, so I'm really, after that I worked at a data startup, so I'm definitely very interested in just kind of like making cool charts and collecting data. It's kind of a mix of the two interests. And I noticed a lot of people on Twitter share charts like this, so I wanted to make something that they could easily generate the charts themselves without having to go through the work. Oh, nice, it worked. Let's see if the... Nice, so you can see it changed the comparison bar. So instead of the S&P, now it's the Chinese ETF. So you can see Microsoft outperformed the Chinese ETF in 2020 on the drops. There were only 18 occurrences of that happening, of the FXI dropping 2.5% because of COVID. And you can see those 27 occurrences because in this one it did 2.5% and this one did 2% because we didn't specify, right? We could specify, so you can see we can modify every aspect of the chart and we can change the dates, we can change whatever, right? So I'm gonna get really specific. How did Microsoft do when Chinese stocks fell more than, let's do 5% in 2020. That probably happened a few times. Give me a 20-day, 50-day, 100-day, and 180-day time periods. And we could also do different types of charts too. So I'm going to try that next. This is a good test. Beautiful. Sounds like great workflow. We don't do all the heavy lifting, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're using. So I'm using I'm using the Flash model. So this is fairly cheap for us. And for the dev, I'm doing Opus 4.5. So after this, we're going to try changing to another chart with the very specific things that we did. So in this case, the UI got a little bit messed up, but it did do the time periods here. So there were 4 occurrences of FXI dropping greater than 5%. Worked in tech building next to Tableau. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, Tableau is fun. I think it changed a little bit after the acquisition, but yeah, a lot of people left. Anyways. So use a time range band chart. I'm not really sure that this will work because I don't think you can say the time periods like this, but we'll see what it does. Basically what you request, if it doesn't make sense for the chart type, sometimes it's going to do weird things. Okay, you can see it made the, let's make sure the data is the same, but looks like it is. N equals 4 occurrences. And we can see, the cool thing about this chart is we can see kind of the range between these periods, right? Because maybe it had a really high return, but it way worse volatility. You can see in this case, it's kind of tightly coupled, I guess. For I want to try it for this one because I noticed to use the S&P 500 for the benchmark. Let's see if we change it to, again, the FXI. Let's use the Chinese ETF FXI for the benchmark instead of the S&P. How are you going to fix it? Fix the A so it not mess up the UI, UX of the charts. For this one, it's just, so the way this works, if you guys are interested, it's like every chart, we have the slots, right? Like it's like we say what slots are available to use. In this case, this is my fault, right? In our final render, the slots are not in a position that makes sense because if there's too many digits, it will cover the label. So it's a very simple fix of just moving it over a little bit. So the reason why we're able to generate so quickly, you know, if you try, let's say you tried this on Gemini and Julius, you tried it on Perplexity, you'll notice how much slower it is. And the reason is because the way theirs works is it's going through and the AI is generating all the code. It's generating the code to run the test on the data. It's generating the code to get the data, and then it's generating the code to generate the chart. But what we're doing is we're providing like a library basically that we've created for the AI to call, and it's using that library to build the charts. That's why we're able to use the Flash model. We provide the data set, we provide the library, and it's basically just the LM saying, hey, this is what we need to call to build this. We provide the interface on how the library works. And so that's why it's able to be quick and the charts look good and things like this. These are the offs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Library, is it that decreases the... So it's our library. We've created this library for the LLM to use. And what we did to do that is like we built the renderers, but specifically the helpers, in order to transform the data into what the renderers need for each chart. So each helper, each type of question has a helper. And then from there, once the LM has directed it to the right helper, there are a series, a one-to-many series of charts that helper could go to. So for example, for this type of question, there's like 3 different charts that make sense, right? And we've configured that. Like we tell the LLM what it needs to choose which helper, and then we do actually provide the information of what charts are available, because that way it knows what makes sense, I guess, based on the question. It would just provide a bit more context, because that helps it choose the right thing. So that's kind of the basic like overview of how this is working. This took a lot of time. This is probably 50% of the work we've done is this thing. No, it's yep. So that's what we've been working on, is trying to that like whole, you guys, if you want, you can go back on the streams, like although you might not want to because it's a bit long, but to summarize, it's like we built this like pipeline for how that will work, and in order to do that, we provide an interface for the library for the LM to call. I call it a library, but it's, yeah. Anyways, so we're working on the Fred data currently. Right now, we only have a small portion of what's available, so we're going to add a lot more. And you'll be able to save what the most interesting ones you think are in your collections. So you don't have to navigate to find it. I'm losing my voice, guys. Not good. Oh. So we're running two different ones. Right now we want this description to be a bit more readable. But great. So let's go ahead and implement that readable description. Actually, before we do that, create the doc, put it in, because we're going to read how it works. Oh, sorry, Chris, I didn't see your message there. Do you plan to have M&A related features for this as well? I think this could be a huge revenue stream for you down the line. Leaders and students will love it. Yeah. I think you're exactly right. Okay, so I forgot to show forgot to show Chris. Oh well. This approach, place in your preferences, we're going to take this into consideration. For example, if someone chose spin-offs, mergers, and restructurings, then I think that would be really cool if we give them upcoming data. That'd be part of our screener. Like if they select that this is in their profile and they select I'm interested in looking at upcoming M&A. I think there's more data though to show, not just like that it's upcoming. You know, like the difference between the, what do you call that? The sale price and what it currently is. I mean, if we could provide like, help them figure out what the probability of it closing is. Like we say, well, what are the past for example, in the US, right? Let's look this up. Probability of mergers closing. But there's more granular data too, which is like, what is the probability of a merger closing in a specific industry? What is the probability of mergers closing in the tech industry? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. I wish Chris is still here because he probably could have clarified what would have been useful. See, that's the reason I'm excited is because like I need people to look at this that know what would be valuable for them, right? Like I know what I like, but if I got someone to look at it and be like, hey, I would really love if I had this data, that would be awesome if I could get more of those kind of people too. And maybe with YouTube it'll keep targeting that. Okay, so I'm kind of guessing maybe what he meant to get like what the probability of, oh, Chris is still here. Nice. Yeah, Chris, let me know what you meant as far as like what would be useful for you feel like for M&A data. Financially. Well, the precise overall closing probability. So an investor would want to know, they're trying to figure out that whether the current probability of the merger closing is either overestimated or underestimated. So I don't really know how we could help them do that research. We could provide historical examples or something. Products like PitchBook already have this closing chances thing. Never used it. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put it on the list though to just maybe think about. Not sure what data we need to make an estimate like this. Yeah. This is an analyst. They're just making huge comparable tables with these financials, please their clients for pitches, getting EV, EBITDA. Yeah. Are really key. Yeah. Yeah, we were looking at that today. I'm going to send in some emails on how to, we want to get this data, but we want to do it legit. So all those things depend on the price, which you need a license for business, which can cost a lot of money. So, but we did some research today, so maybe we can get it for something reasonable. Because I would like to provide that if possible, but it'll be it's DVD. So it made a document of all the things we're missing currently in Fred data. So let's go look. So it's in the Fred data catalog. Tends to put it in the wrong. Put it in data feeds / docs, please. This one did the same thing. You guys don't mind I'm gonna change the songs again? Fred data catalog. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It was black. Hard to see. So we got the federal funds rate. I guess we don't have these two. Okay, this is just all the data that we can get. Gotcha. Wow, this is a lot of data. We got 28s currently, but we could get 80. Yeah, let's grab it. So Fred API allows 120 requests per minute. So our current implementation fetches 1,000 observations per series. Hey, sup guy? Oh yeah, we do. It's right here. Go, Rahul. So how long will it take us to populate all 120? 110. With the rate limits. But once we do it, it's a one-time thing, so we'll just store it. Dope music. Interesting. Jacob is saying cool stuff in the, and is interested in the Spotify music AI thing. The Discord. For the algorithm, it's best to release a single or EP every week or every other week, rather than dropping all your good songs at once on one album. To make money in the long run, playlists promoted by meta ads are worth it. Interesting. Cool. I might try it. You know, that sounds kind of like a fun little experiment. We have some songs, so it's to institutional investors monitoring. Cool, like a whale wisdom or something. Yeah, those are cool. Those are maybe a good one to market on Twitter, like if you have some good data. So let's take 3 to 5 minutes. Cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and do, let's just do all of them. Bring them in. How long does it take to come this far? This much knowledge. I mean, for this project, probably 120 hours, I would say, so far. I'd say like I said, probably 50% of it was the chart stuff, right? So you might be wondering, to make this work took a lot of time. And I would say it's still a little buggy for sure, but it's definitely in a place that I'm feeling okay about it. You can connect the data you want and create the charts. So that's good enough for now. Yeah, and Balaram, feel free to join the Discord because you can, people could share like projects and stuff. If you want some feedback or something. Maybe make an off-topic channel on that people can. Okay, cool. Now there's an off-topic if you guys want to count as of 2020. Oh my yeah, I've been I think you were asking how long to get the experience, I guess. I'd say depends what you're doing, you know. Like I did get a CS degree and all that, but you're asking how much of it is kind of like required to do what we're doing, right? I would say probably a lot of the stuff that I did was not necessary, right? Like a lot of the classes I took and a lot of the experience I had, like jobs and stuff, that was sort of, it's nice to have, but it's not really, a lot of it was like related to Java Spring, maybe some knowledge like that might be helpful later once we start scaling this, if it gets customers. But I'd say so far, not a lot of that has been used, but the basics definitely have, as far as like, you know, like what is caching, security stuff, yeah, that kind of thing. Like the rate limit is important. Like, but the prototyping stuff, you can, if you want to learn, you can use it with the AI. Talk with the AI, build with the AI, and you'll learn some concepts as you go. So yeah, that's what I'd say about that. Okay. All right, so there was another bug we were going to fix. The afternoon brief didn't generate a title. But I will run this plan. When I generated the afternoon brief, which is located here, we already fixed this bug for the morning brief. I think we're already generating the title. It's likely the same issue. We just got to pick it up on the front end to display. And I'll attach the morning brief components. So should I take approximately 3 to 4 years of experience to be where you are at right now? Probably wouldn't take that long. Like I said, like, okay, it depends what your goal is, right? If your goal is like, I want to build a product like this, right? Or something, right? Like, what knowledge do you absolutely need, right? You really boil it down to what you absolutely need. I have a lot of things that you probably don't absolutely need, right? So I don't know, like, it's about intensity, right? Like, if you really wanted to, you probably could learn a lot. You know, you spend a month learning the foundations. You know, granted, there's a lot of knowledge when it comes to something like this field, you know, programming, basics. I mean, I don't know, maybe I would say like 6 months to a year, like if like you're like really, but it also depends on your situation and all that stuff. So I don't really know for sure. It's hard to make an estimate. The only reason I'm so hesitant to say a number is because like a lot of the classes I took might have been helpful to some degree, but like how much do you need to know about compilers or distributed systems, right? You don't really need to know that. It's just like, and you forget it too a little bit. You don't use it, so I don't know. Learn by building. Thank you, Guy, for summarizing that. I think that's about right. Yeah. So build some stuff. That's how you learn, not the textbooks necessarily, unless you really like textbooks. Some people like to learn that way, but not me. Learn as you go. Here's an interesting question. If you had to start again, how would you set your goals? You gotta learn these to be able to build these kind of things. Oh, that's good. I think it's exactly what Kai said. Like, how did I start programming? I was just building things. I was making Minecraft plugins and college as building stuff. And that's how programming, you always, I feel like that's like a really good way to learn, right? Like, you want to learn how networking works. So you build like a multiplayer game, right? And you try to make it scalable as an experiment. You try to say, okay, I'm assuming I have 10,000 players. How would I make this work or something? Wouldn't do that in the beginning. As a beginner, you should start kind of small, but it's kind of the same sort of deal, right? Like, maybe find an interest you have and make like a cool project in that area. You will probably learn quite a lot. I would say maybe these days though, try not to maybe over rely on the AI to do everything, maybe, because you do want to learn some of the concepts. But with that said, even if you do over rely on the AI, you're going to find that you are going to run into a problem where you can't go any further because your code base will be a total mess. And in which case, you'll have to like sit down and be like, okay, here's why this is not working. And when in that process, you will probably learn the things you need to know, right? You might conclude the AI sucks, or you might conclude like, hey, actually, it's like the structure of the code base led to this problem, and I actually have to figure out why. Right? Yeah. Okay, so we just ran a script to populate all the data. Let's go ahead and take a look. Nice. Look at all this data. Exciting. Let's click around. There's maybe some filters we could do. Like, probably don't really, no one's gonna click around and find Chicago. Like, probably just be federal stuff. And like, if people want specific to regions, we have a folder for regions. Like this. Cool, so check this out, guys. I made this AI summary of the data. You can still view the original. Yeah, cool. Have a great day or night, Rahul. Good talking with you. Good night. Pretty fast. But I just want to make sure you're not generating the AI summary every time, right? I think the way this should work, you should build a little script, go through and generate all the AI summaries, populate the database with the fed data with the AI summary that we have. And that's what we're going to show. We're not going to generate the AI summary every time. Okay, and the next problem is, all right, we have to fix this issue. Do that later. Okay, we added a ton of new data, and now we want to hook it up to our day and week. Then go right to the fed data. Fed data. I'm working on the Discord. I'm adding stuff. So it has to build this huge mapper file, which if this gets too big, it could be a little bit problematic. Let me look what's going on here. So like, what would this go to, right? GDP based recession indicator. GDP. Interesting. I don't know which one I would choose. So I have to understand that, because ideally we put them to the right place. Answer their question. How does it work when you have integrated AI tools on the website? You connect it to an API, and you use a key. That's how Google knows that. I don't know if that's your question or not, but yeah, that's how you do it. You hook it up using their API. You can look up a Gemini API, and that's how you would put AI onto your website. Oh, nice. Some of these are, oh, they're all loading. Nice. Let's try it out. Okay. Not all of them. Let's see which ones are. This one should. Oh, it looks like it's not hooked up to the day. Okay, but the week it is. So let's click all these. Where does this go? I went nowhere. Oh, what happened? Strange. Authorized. I'm the admin. All right, we'll plug in that error and assume I get the same error. We're getting this error. Is it because you are actually, we got rate limited by the Fred data? What do you think it is? We were supposed to store it, not run this repeatedly, what you're running here. Oh, no. I see. This is actually just getting the Fred data from Firebase, right? So we're good. I thought it was the back end, but it's actually, obviously we're getting a front end error. So. Oh, I think I know what this is. See, I was about to remove the, so sometimes you gotta watch it. But I'm going to sign out because we had an expiry for our tokens, but we are not signing the user out. So it's a little confusing because it'll show you're signed in, but you're not. I'm gonna sign in again. So we should, basically when the token expires, it shows that they're signed out. So let's see if that works. Nice, that works. Let's see if that made sense though. So if I go to today's brief, and I click GDP-based recession indicator index, it brings me to real gross domestic product. Which I'm not really sure that that's the same thing or not. Did you already run this script or no? I gotta be a little careful with what it's sending. Okay, before you send this, how many tokens are we sending? You're not sending the whole data points of every graph, right? It's just the description. So when I click this, it brought me to real gross domestic product. Was this the measurement we're talking about here? Or is there an actual recession index that's in Fred data? You just have to fix the data points here too. I see. Okay, great. And once we populate it from Firebase, from then on, it's not going to it's not going to generate any more AI summaries, right? It's just going to get what's in Firebase. Can you explain to me exactly how your mapping here works? Like, why is it mapping to like multiple things? Why couldn't we map it to? I just want to have a better understanding here. Gotcha. This makes a lot of sense. So the problem is when you go to today's brief and you click one of these releases update a lot of different graphs at the same time. That's just one. That's why it made it mapping to multiple. So the question is, how should that flow work, right? Not really sure yet. I mean, my first thought is maybe we put it all in a folder for each release, type of release. Yeah, so we could highlight which folder I'm in. I have no idea. So here's what I'm wondering. Look at our Fred data page. What component is it? Oh, it's a page. Pages. Fred. Fred, where are you? We need to come up with ideas for how this should work. But currently, like, let's say they click on that. Do you think generally all of the updated graphs are usually within the same folders? I'm just curious. I see. I see it. Okay. So we have to be a little bit careful what data we include here. Actually, some data we can keep, but not all data we can put in here without for commercial. So I'm going to investigate which things we can keep here. So we brought in a lot of Fred data. We will go ahead and probably remove quite a lot of it. So many rules. I wish I could include all the data. We'll see what we can include. I'm gonna figure out that. So right now we're adding in lots of data. We're going to figure out which ones here can we include for commercial. All right, this script is running for a long time. Okay, so anything by US government agencies, the data is permissible for commercial use. So that probably includes like the Fed rate, things like this, treasury rates. We're going to go through and figure out of all the things that we have here. Looks like a lot of this is maybe not the VIX. That's not government data. Things like that. That's probably not, but we'll see. So we're going to go ahead and look at the doc again that you created, all the things that we're bringing in. I'm probably going to stop this script. It's taking forever. Don't know what it's doing there. So let's see, where's the doc here? So there's a doc in our docs directory. We're trying to figure out which, what part of this data is, can we use commercially? So you're going to go through at the bottom of the stock and you're going to say, right now we brought in 110 data sets. We're going to need to remove the stuff that we can't use commercially. So list all the things that we can keep. I'm going to investigate over here how, in theory, could we? Theory, what would be the requirements? So. I use Cloud Code. And Opus 4.5. I use AI Studio for design. That's Google's AI Studio. Okay. Yeah, so things like the VIX, we definitely can't include this. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? Oh God. Yeah, so if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to show this on your website that where people will pay money, you'd have to spend around like $2,000 per month. So yeah, get rid of all that. Now on top of that, you pay per user fees. Damn. I'm realizing that means we can't use the VIX in this calculation either, sadly. Ugh. So many rules, bro. Tell me again about what data to use for free. Just listen with one ear. Oh, right now we're making this document, so we need to really curate our list here with government data and get rid of all the third-party data because we're not allowed to sell this stuff. And it's not even allowed to be on a platform that does sell, like it's not allowed to enhance your, because I was asking like maybe we could have this for free because you can access this for free, right? You just go on the website, but you can't sell, can't be on a platform to enhance a website that's selling other things. So we're making a doc. We're gonna go through and remove all this stuff besides government data. Yeah, it's all FRED data, but the problem is a lot of the FRED data is has other, like you're not allowed to use it commercially, I guess. Other people own the data. So although it's coming through the FRED website and stuff like that, they have agreements. Yes, so annoying, dude. Not only that, but I had this cool little thing here. We're calculating this using the VIX, and we're not allowed to do that. It's called a derived measurement. Well, you are allowed to do it, but you have to spend, $1,200 a month, or something, to sell it. Right? It's for commercial. If all this stuff was free, then yeah, you probably, I don't know. I think maybe you can. I'm not sure. But we're trying to sell stuff on here, so because of that, it's commercial. So yeah, you gotta be a little careful. Very, very tightly, a lot of rules regulated. But we will follow the rules. There's not really much choice. Okay, so let's read this doc. Yeah. The problem is it's like these exchanges, they're monopolies. They have all the data. It's not even regulations here. It's that these are monopolies. So because they control all the data, they can set whatever price and rules that they want, right? It's not even the government in this case. It's actually just got really no competition. Once an exchange is there, it's there, Although granted, there's maybe regulations on creating exchanges. Maybe that creates part of the problem. So there's no real free market competition for them, I guess. So maybe downstream of some regulations cause this problem. It's possible. Anyways. Okay, so we're going to look at our new document. I see the greed. Alpha Vantage. Oh, use Alpha Vantage. Okay, that's good. We might, that's on our list. We might consider that one. We're also considering R3 is FinHub, Polygon, and then this EOD HD site. Those are other options too. Yeah, but with the FRED data, we can definitely include the government data. So at least we have that. So it's not all for naught. Good. So we're going to use all this. In this document, please include all the things that we're going to remove as well. Put it at the bottom from our current data set. Do your own research, but what I found out, alpha was the cheapest. Nice. But struggling with the history. Gotcha. You'll have to store some of the data yourself for some features. Yes. Sounds like... well, it depends. How far back are you going? We're probably okay with 30 years, I guess. Because we can get the long-term index data. Although maybe I should double check that as well. Just because you can easily get it, right, and it's open source doesn't mean you can use it commercially, right? So you gotta be a little careful. A lot of stuff to double check here. Okay, series to remove. Should have the VIX here. Where is the VIX? What? We can't keep the VIX. So this is something we're gonna have to check ourselves. I'm getting conflicting information. Can I use the VIX for commercial use? What? Used. As I can on the, but this is also AI on the overview. Yeah, let's look together. Let's see what the situation here is. Like, everyone's telling me something different here. I'd love if I could use the VIX. VIX is great. For this, I like this thing. You can't really calculate this without it. I mean, you could probably just use some other, just come up with some other thing, but not as cool. So we need to find the source, right? Where can we find the source of this data? Can we find this? I'm going to ask Perplexity, actually, because that's a good idea to get the source. Commercial website. Oh, I just asked it twice, but that's okay. It's all right. Okay. Perplexity tells us now. But without prior approval and the license agreement. Facility limit to website materials, including index to... So let's look at the source, though. Sure. What? There's only one instance of commercial in this. I think it's maybe making up something. Right. There's a lot to explore here. You buy it from Alpha. They have VIX data, and they say you can use it for you can use it commercially. Then in theory you can, right? Which is what we're planning on doing. We're planning on using one of these. Let's check. Okay, so I mean, what this told me though, this didn't even link to anything. Oh, here it is. Nope, This is not a source that works. There's nothing about it. Not here. What if you buy Alpha, Vantage, or Polygon IO, or whatever, FinHub, their commercial plan? If you get permission from them, and since they have the license, can you use it then? The VIX data? You probably just have to get it from what? This could be useful later. So this is like, let's say you're trying to shop for the data. Who's actually licensed to use the data? This is just for NASDAQ data though. Oh, but it says all the types of data. There's gonna be a lot of work making sure all the things we have we can use. Okay, so let's try this. If I look up historical VIX data. So does that mean like something like Macro Trends, they actually have the license to show this? Like they're paying the $2,000 a month or whatever? Yeah, that's what I saw too, Trab. Like you email them, which is the plan. I think I'll probably do that today or tomorrow. Be like, hey, build an MVP. So CBOE treats fixed index values as proprietary data. Okay, so why is are there any other measurements like the VIX? Like in theory, right? How do you calculate a measurement like the VIX, right? If you have the data of the prices of an exchange, like let's say you're doing, you got some data from Polygon or Alpha Vantage, you could calculate your own version of it, right? Maybe you're not using options to calculate it, but you're calculating it based on the most recent movements. You calculate your own volatility based on the data you do have, and you build your own volatility index. Is that allowed? Like if you bought one of these, let's say you have license to the quote data, you could calculate a volatility measurement based on the quote data, right? Could you do that? Okay, so you can create and publish your own volatility index from quote data you are licensed to use, as long as you avoid using CPOE's proprietary methodologies. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So in that case, we could make something like this. Just a matter of, if you have a license to you just have to calculate it using the data that you have a license to use. That sort of makes sense. Okay. Yeah, these guys are crazy. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, definitely something to do more research on later, but for definitely at the moment, we will remove all this extra stuff. So, what can we keep but add citation? So we're just going to remove that because I don't trust that this is good. We're going to remove all of these and keep all of this potentially, but I'm going to double check. So Census Bureau, that's definitely government. But I'm going to double check in some other places on Perplexity too that all of this is free for commercial use. And let me try here. Okay, so this data here, we want to double check. Is all this Fred data, you can use this for commercial use. We are selling service, and this is going to be part of our service that they can explore this data in our platform. Good. Fantastic. As long as you don't misrepresent the data or imply endorsement. Cool. Perfect. And I'll check on Gemini too. That kind of makes sense. It is the government. I'm not trying to destroy you. For the most part. Usually they don't try to. They don't have the resources. Actually, they do have the resource. They don't have the willpower and power. Very cool that. Okay, I'm sending it to Gemini 2. However, I'm going to send it one more time because I don't want to bias the AI by putting this part at the beginning. I'm just going to put this part. And because sometimes if you say stuff, it believes you. Okay, I'm sending it again. And I'm going to send it again to Gemini without the first part. Okay, looks like we're good to go. But we're probably going to remove the home sales one. Because apparently the National Association of Realtors aggressively protects this. Red hosts the data, but explicitly notes that's for personal use only. So I'm glad we checked. I'll remove that too. Okay, looks almost good. Let's remove a few more of these. All the ones you put in the maybe category, put those in the remove category. I'm not gonna include it. Remove this one as well. And we'll remove the Freddie Mac stuff, because, yeah. Go ahead and remove the Freddie Mac stuff too, these two. We gotta grow this to be large enough that we can get all these licenses. And that'd be cool. We'll have all the data. Yeah. Start small. Oh wow, it actually looks like... What? You're really keeping that many? 119? All right. But it's the features that's true. It's not like we don't have any data. We still have the government data. That's kind of interesting. And like a lot of the important data that comes out, like the GDP stuff and the unemployment, all that's kind of the important stuff, right? I mean, so we have a good amount still. So it's not like, it's not super big deal, I think. Try open code. I haven't tried that yet. A lot of tools to try. Let's look it up. Open code. Take a look. Let's look at the GitHub. It's kind of like a new CLI, right? How's it different from Cloud Code? Thank you. That's a great question. It's very similar, but here are the key differences. I love it when they make it very clear what the selling point here is. 100% open source, not coupled to any provider. Out of the box, LSP support. Oh, it's built by NeoVim users? Promising. Oh, you can drive it remotely from a... Okay, hold on, actually. That's pretty cool. That might have sold me. I'm just imagining this idea of me going to the gym. I'm on a bike and I'm coding. It's kind of fun. Hey, SG707. Yes, this is what I'm doing at the moment. Full time. It's kind of cloud code. I like it, Arturo. I bookmarked it. I'm putting it on the list of things to check out because that's pretty cool. I was actually thinking about that the other day too. Like, how could I have a terminal? Like, I'm like running one of these instances on my phone somehow. I have to like remote desktop or something. But that's kind of cool. It's just like straight to the terminal. I don't need to. Open code, putting in this list here. I'm gonna double check. That seems a little bit. 15. Okay. It's actually not as many as I thought. I thought we were gonna have to remove a lot more. I'm gonna double check one more time though. It's called automakers. Interesting. It's like some people are advertising in our Discord. Oh, we put it in the. I guess that's the purpose of the Discord. We should probably just make a channel for the self-promotion kind of stuff too, though. Put a self-promotion channel. Make up some rules at some point. Okay, anyways. So I'm gonna double check this one more time before we continue. I think I already copied it, but I'm not sure. Can you use all of these for commercial purposes? I think it's still included one, which is this this one here. I'm gonna delete that. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, like Andre posted on our channel, and then like 2 days later, it has like 30,000 views for the AutoClad. I was like, damn, it is a cool project though. Like, mad respect. He built that in like 3 weeks. Pretty cool. I'm just doing it over here because Cloud Code keeps making a mistake with these data sets and what we can have, so it's annoying. I'm going to just do it with Gemini. Actually, I'm just going to delete it. Yeah. I have some runway. I'm fortunate in that regard. Okay, so I've included all the data that we're going to use. I'm going to update and delete. Data catalog. Okay, so I've updated the list for what we're going to use. Go ahead and we're going to make a new doc, reiterating that list, and I'm going to read it. Double check. Okay, a sick landing page. How does yours look? We made a landing page a long time ago, but we haven't updated it. So I think the idea with the landing page is we're gonna have a demo, and so we're gonna make a really cool video, and it's gonna be like showing exactly what you can do with it. That's how we're gonna stand out a little bit when it comes to the landing pages. So it's very clear. Here is the value prop of this thing. They don't have to log in. Could you give me a brief assessment of my project lead flow? I just put in the Discord server. I think I'm usually going to check projects after the stream if you don't mind, just because yeah, but that's okay. Just because like I usually run it in like a sandbox browser, and then just to be okay, make sure everything is fine. But if you post a video of it, I'll do it. I'll do it on stream if you want, like a video of what you made. Okay, so I made the new doc. Let's take a look. Oh, okay, that's my bad. I thought I put it in the wrong folder again. Nice, perfect. Perfect, let's go ahead and update our database. And if we need to, update the what we're fetching. Technically, we don't really need to do that, right? I'll do it anyways. And then if we need to make changes on the front end, which we shouldn't, do that as well. But before I continue, I'm going to commit all of the thread, so we do not. Hey Dio, so I think you should at least launch an MVP and slowly start marketing. 20 days, a lot of spend. Product in this era. Not, I feel like in our category it's not, but we're trying to launch a finance product, so a lot of stuff to consider. But I agree in the general gist of it. Create a custom /command for commit. Tell it to comments on what has changed. It's really nice comments. Yes. Yeah, you can do that too, I suppose. I think we got a few of those randomly. Yeah, for what we're doing, it's not really a speed run. So you might be thinking, okay, the title is a speed run. He's trying to make money as soon as humanly possible. So I suppose it isn't that, because otherwise maybe you're right. Then I would do a different strategy. But I want to build a product that I wanted to build this in particular. So, if you're wondering why it's going on, let's go ahead and fix this bug too. That is important. So go ahead and add a title to yeah. So you're right. I've considered the probabilities of like no one ever using this ever, and I am okay with the outcome that no one ever does because I like it. And if that happens, I will just move on to the next thing and adjust my strategy. Right. So I guess you should know that I'm planning this to be a very long sprint, or not even a sprint, very long. Like I could see myself as long as like a year from now, I'm getting some traction on something. I think I'm okay putting a month into one thing. And if it doesn't work, I'll move on to the next thing and take what I learned from that. Try again. And if a year from now, everything's a total disaster, no traction, anything, then I will maybe reconsider what I'm doing. Yeah, I think that's my plan. So, and I'm documenting it so people can watch. I can be like, hey, you really messed up all this stuff. And I'll be like, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. Right, and that's one of the things, like, stupid. Yeah, I was talking about the app router thing. It seems like a lot of our pages are very interactive. Like you can go in and chat, but I suppose we can, because you're thinking that app router thing, it could help with the speed of page loading. Is that maybe part of it? What's like the main advantage? Can you explain to me a little bit about how the front end fetching is working for the data? Is it basically just showing what we have in that collection? I just kind of want to understand how that's working. Okay, so this is definitely doing something weird. I think it maybe took the prior day, something like this. Say the prior day. Friday was up. What is it doing? Probably a fallback something. Basically, page router is deprecated. It's in maintenance mode for oh, gotcha. New features go. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna put it to our list. Our list of things to do. Maybe I should make these docs weeks because I never change them. So, change to app router. Hey, Dozenor. I'm gonna fix the first bug first before we get to the title. All right, so right now it looks like I'm gonna attach the file first. This one here. Somehow I don't really understand what it's doing because it's generating it for today, but it has the wrong SMP data. So I'm guessing this is some fallback text we're using. Okay, cool. You think it makes sense to keep this static structure? I mean, probably because this state is really never going to change, right? It's pretty much always going to be the structure, so it's okay to do it this way. And then there's the title thing. I'm going to make sure I committed everything, but I think we're also going to run the deletion script. Not actually. Yeah, I'm just kind of reading as I'm curious what the bug is here. Okay, I see what's going on. So it's when we kind of did some redesigning, it's grabbing the historical data instead of the current day for the current prices. So once it does that, we're only using that historical data for this, these charts. That explains why these charts stopped kind of like being relevant to the day. Apparently we never even fetched the data that we weren't supposed to have, so it's good. Or we weren't supposed to be here. It's kind of a fun graph. Wow. COVID was crazy. Went to 100% and then down immediately to 0. Like the next month, it went from 100% to 0 in 1 month. The recession probability. Seems to be a common pattern. Cool. So let's regenerate. Okay, and I want to double check everything that we're doing, you know, for this article, like when we're about to generate the historical charts, those historical charts depend on what happened today. That includes things like volatility. I think about it though. We can't use volatility anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna put that on my list. We have to generate our own volatility index for the graphs. When we go into the Fred data, can we make it so the default is max? Because 1 year generally doesn't have anything cool. I thought this was one of the ones we couldn't use. Now I'm confused. Yeah, these are definitely, we haven't removed these yet, I guess. Strangeness. Yeah, we still have all of these, so some's wacky. Could be a caching thing. I'm still seeing a lot of these charts. Is it a caching thing or what? Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. When it ran the deletion script, it didn't find anything. That should have been a clue. Okay, cool. So we'll generate this afternoon one again. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. And then we will continue. We need to generate some new music. This is, I'm kind of realizing that we're just playing elevator music for like 8 hours a day. All right. Let's make it like a little more lo-fi, if you know what I mean. Okay, so I'm just gonna put in for my songs this time. I'm just gonna put in without piano. And let's keep the mood in because I think that helps. He has coffee. He's locking in. Yeah, that's me every day as well. Something about it. Even the smell of coffee makes me want to focus. All right. I forgot to include lo-fi. That is an important part of what we're doing here. Wait, this is low-key kind of good, actually. They all start exactly the same way. I'm vibe with that. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I forgot, V4 is way better at lo-fi. That's why these are all pretty bad. A little longer. Oh yeah, I forgot wobble core. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. Numbers.
It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game.
We're trying. A little bit longer. Then I will continue. I want to get good music. Okay, I'm removing the lyrics. Yes. It's true, it's true. All right, I have not succeeded at getting better music. Let's see. I didn't play these ones yet, I think. I would just switch it up for now. Oh, we have an other stuff. That's okay. This one I think has good stuff. I should try some of the prompts in here again. Okay. Let's see if we deleted the old data. Looks like we still got it. Oh, good. We just got to delete on the front end now. I think now we don't have a lot of things. Cool. Can you go ahead and clean up the front end then with all the missing data? Hey, Project Zoo. How's it going? It's going well. We're building out some new data that people can look at. So when they go down here, they can click in. And we're fixing some bugs. Is the two things. Right now it just errors out with the missing data. So we're going to regenerate this one. Okay, cool. I think this maybe will work now. Okay. Do you guys like these songs better? I think they're a bit better, right? Let me double check this is running. I'm gonna stop this one. This is gonna update the. It's gonna stop the. This thing's running. Actually, I don't think it's just making a script, so that shouldn't update anything. Not sure what I was doing with that one. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I just want to make sure this bug is fixed before I make any more code changes. And it has to finish. I think it's almost done. Okay, very good. Let's check it out. Nice, good. Stocks finished flat amid quiet trading session for this. So that's for today. So fresh record high. Ah. Tisk tisk. Thinks it's December 19th. Why would that be? So lazy in uni. I had to. Yeah, I did a lot of things too. I remember. It's hard when you're forced to do certain things, for sure. So, we got this as a market overview, which means that it thinks it's, for some reason, December 19th. Any idea why that would be? It's getting it from my finance, so I'm trying to understand. 2026, be a new man, do it. New Year's resolution time is coming up. Okay, updated that Fred data again. So let's check. Great, it's looking good so far. Yeah, these are all government data. So we are good now. Perfect. For some reason these ones are not loading. Oh, looks like the back end crashed or something. Let me look. Oh. Oh, it's because if it's making code changes while it's loading, it stops the loading. Let's see. There we go. Can we fix the rendering on the charts? Because right now it like loads. It's like doing an animation where it's like starting in the middle of the graph, and then it loads to the right, and at the beginning of the graph too. I really know how to do that. It should be left to right. I don't know why it's I'll just restart the back end. Not really sure why it's taking so long to log in. Weird. Okay. Yes. Looks like it's loading now. I'm confused. For some reason, our queries to Firebase are taking a really long time. I don't really understand. Let me look. What's going on here? Let me check the network tab. Or start the front end as well. We'll see. I'm gonna try another browser out of curiosity. Browser thing. Okay, yeah. Looks like a browser thing. Sort of. Oh, nice. That was an easy fix then, this one. So we're going to regenerate today's brief again. Yes. This one should error out, I think, because we don't have it anymore. But do we have it actually? Oh, we do. I'm confused. Oh, this wasn't government data. Oh, because it's permits, this actually is government data. Nice. So is this actually government data, or is this owned by the real estate people, real estate foundation, whatever they're called? State foundation tours. Nice. Cool. So we can use this too. So this is the home sale permits. Kind of interesting. So definitely part of the problem with our housing crisis is related to this. Probably. Median number of months on sales market for newly completed homes. What does that mean? Our AI summary is not so good. What the heck? The song's actually good. Is this mine? What? This is my song? It's low-key good. We weren't playing this the whole time. Okay, so last time we ran our AI summary script, it like ran for 7 minutes, and it shouldn't take that long because there's not that much data. So let's try to figure out why. Treasury. Wow, so we have really recent data too, all the way to now. Fantastic. We can use this. Right now, we're not using this in our chat, research chat. We can do a lot of fun things too, where it's like you overlay 10-year treasury in like a stock or indexes. Wow. It's a chart. No. Reset our broski. You don't gotta call for a data because we already have it stored in our database. Building a newsletter slash sorry, I'm distracted by the music. I'm gonna turn it down. I got a newsletter. You can do research, generate charts, track your portfolio, and right now we're adding Fred data. which is going pretty well. A bunch of the smoothed US recession probabilities. And you can save your own collections. And I like this folder structure. You can easily go through and see what's going on. Labor force participation rate. Wow, pretty stable. Civilian labor force. So 2020. You can't trade, but you can track your portfolio. You can export to Excel and do all that good stuff. Yeah, and we're gonna keep adding more and more data. There is some licensing stuff, but luckily with this data, this is all government, so we have access to this and can use it for commercial, which is fantastic. Exactly, you got it exactly right. So go ahead and do that. And we're working on the AI summaries right now. So we want them to be able to understand what these charts are. So the parts, this part is going to be free, the newsletter. So anyone can go on the site, look at our articles we're going to post every morning and afternoon. But to do the portfolio tracking, use our research to go into the Fred data, export to Excel, dark mode, chart generation. Those are all our premium features. So those are the things we will sell. And maybe even the preferences. Not sure. I like this song. This song was good. This was a solid one. Nice. Cool. We got all of the... It tells me we got all the AI summaries. However, I do not see them. Therefore, it's not displayed. Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, hopefully we'll get it up in a few days. I keep saying that, but this time I think I'm serious. So go ahead and look at this. The front end is not displaying our new AI summaries. So please try to investigate. This is COVID. Okay, so I have this idea, right? We're not allowed to use the VIX for anything. However, is there something in the Fred data we could use to try to calculate our own index for volatility? Because if we can do that, then that would work too. Total assets of what? Oh, by the Fed. Oh, what I want to have is the Ask to AI button, because I would love to be able to send this to AI to our research tab and talk about it. Let's go ahead and add that next, because I have questions. Very interesting. So this is totally allowed, right? If I'm using this information, I'm creating my own derivation, and I'm calling it my own index, I'm very clear. This is my own index. And it's totally allowed to be used commercially. Yeah, go ahead and run it. Fantastic. I want you to create a new file. This file is going to be responsible for creating our own index of volatility. It's going to be called Prism Volatility Index, and you're going to put it in the backend. New Python file.
Years of sacrifice, was it worth waiting?
Okay, I want you to add on the Fred data, all the Fred data charts. There should be an Ask AI button similar to when the user hovers over the graph and they click Ask AI, it sends it to the research page, and it will send the context of the page to it. So that way they can ask questions about the Fred data, and they can learn. Yes. It's a battle.
Let's dance in a living shadow.
I'm gonna ask one other thing. Okay, so I want you, because right now we do have a lot of... Okay, first question. Could we backfill this data, right? We want to build like a long historical index all the way back for the data that we have. And again, that's what it's going to be called. So let's talk about how we're going to do that first. I think I'm going to remove this one. I don't really like it. Goodbye. How like accurate do you think this is, right? Like, is this accurately capturing what we're trying to capture? Hmm. I kind of like ours better, honestly. So can you tell me the formula again? How's this working? Okay, cool. So it should have the new summary. Nice. Okay, this is cool. I'd like you to add a new folder in our data collections. It's going to be called Prism. You know, right now we just have Fred data, but we're going to make a new folder called Prism, and that's where we're going to let the user see our data sets that we're building. And we're going to explain how it works, and we're going to make graphs. So go ahead and build that out, and what you're going to do is try to backfill the data for as long as you can. It sounds like 30 years, roughly. And you're going to have all the same stuff we currently have on there. So go ahead and add that. I'll create a plan. Create a plan for this first. Put it in docs/prism data folder. Nice. All right, cool. We have a button. We're going to test it. This is going to be fun. Okay, so there's lots of stuff we could learn. Yeah, give us some... I think he said something like that one time. He said, if you own Tesla or something, they'll give you preference for the IPO. You could buy ahead or something like this. But I don't know if he'll do that. Anyways, let's choose one of these. So the one I had a question about was, oh, this is cool. Wait a second. This isn't government data. Let's get this out of here. I'm gonna double check though. I'm pretty sure this is not government data, right? You can't use this data commercially.
I'm losing my mind. Why did they leave me all out in
Oh, cool.
cold with tears in my eyes? And I'm trying my
Oh, it's Gemini. I've noticed Cloud Code is tends to tell me I'm okay. I can do stuff I can't do.
But how can I give something to you that is not in my own control? I've loved people heartless and I've fallen the hardest. I myself, I promise, but sometimes I'm someone else. I think I've lost my mind now. I just hope I'll be fine now. And it's nothing you've done wrong. I'm sorry, I'm not strong. Someone told me I'm all wrong.
Bro, this song is good too. What? All right, we're posting this one to Spotify because. Oh, cool. So we can use this data. Because it's by the Federal Reserve. Niceness. And we have all the recent data. This is cool. I like it.
This is uncharted territory. But boy, tell me different stories. And
We just have to run it every once in a while. Run every day on our cloud function to update this.
got what I want. 'Cause I'm losing myself. And I'm losing my mind.
Oh, there's no AI summaries here.
Leave me all out in the cold to figure out why.
So it looks like there's some categories that don't have a description maybe. That's why we don't show the AI summaries. We're going to try to fill all these in. So the ones that don't have description, we're going to generate an AI description from the data, I suppose. You don't need to send all the data points, just like the title, maybe some example data. And actually what you could do is just pass into the AI, the Fred series, and it will be able to generate our description. The general LLM prompt here is like, we're describing this to a user, what it is, what it means, things like this. This should work the same way as like, it should store it in Firebase under the description, and we just fetch it, so we're not generating it every time. So we're going to test the Ask AI now. Oh, I can't click it. What? All these songs are so good. What the heck? How come like a good song I ruined by putting in some stupid stuff?
This is a test. This is a test. This is a test.
We don't want to necessarily send the chat immediately, because the user might just want to like ask a question. So when the user clicks send to AI, we don't necessarily want it to send immediately. It should bring it to the chat, and then they can go ahead and maybe add their own query or something to it. You have to add a prompt too to get it to stop doing that. Also, secondarily, very often when we're chatting, the AI wants to like always make it about our approach. We need to add a prompt that's like telling the LLM, we should only say things like this if the user is asking something that's directly related. So it's like, if the user's asking, and we'll give some examples of like ideas, or how does this relate to my portfolio, then it will say things like this. But it shouldn't for every query.
Feel the earth, hear the sound. Dantes plakning kunde found. Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Ah, I messed up my my windows. It's all right.
Wait right now,
Just send this one.
wait right now.
I would like to populate our history for the Prism Volatility Index. Actually, can we call it that, or should we just call it the Prism Index? We probably can't call it the Volatility Index, right? That's not allowed.
Quilted whisper, phone dry, still I'm on the doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Phone dry, doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah.
I'll just do Prism Index, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and call it the Prism Index. Prism Index, we already have defined. Go ahead and find the calculation for that. And we're going to create a history all the way back to 1993. And we're going to have a data point every 2 weeks. And you're going to save it in our database under the Prism data folder. We want this to not be confusing because we have two places now. We'll call it the Prism collection data. And on the front end, we're going to display that in the data page. It's going to be at the bottom. Prism data. This is going to be a running collection of our measurements, and in that, when the user actually clicks into it, it's going to be like very similar to the Fred data, but we're going to make it very clear that the source is from us and how it's created. And then in the AI description, it's going to explain where it's from, how it's calculated, and it's going to show the graph based on the data points. Go ahead and create a plan for that and put it in. Wait, didn't we just do that? Oh my gosh. I think we maybe did. Amnesia. Dude, what the heck? No, I guess we didn't. Could have sworn I typed this. Prism data folder. Okay, I will run this now. Okay, it says it generated the new descriptions. I'm going to check it out. Wait, I was right. There was a file on the world. Wait, where did I commit it then? Oh. Oh, I didn't scroll up. Was a little bit of amnesia. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and implement this. But first, I'm going to test a few things. Oh. I'd say we don't need to attach this into the actual chat, ideally.
Hey, this is Tim.
Sorry, I missed your call. Sorry, I missed your call.
Leave a message after the tone.
Yeah, go ahead and find it. It's you can find it. It's just in the chat section. Like, go look for it. But since I generated today's brief again, I'm going to wait to send that. It is almost done. So what it does, generates 6 questions, and it's going to choose 3 of these after all the validation and everything.
No need to name what moves like this. A glance, a pause, a subtle shift between the beats. I felt the
Play a different song. I really like the voice on that one. Cool, I think it's done. Yeah, nice.
hear the sound. Don't displack me, you can be found.
Nice. This is good.
Feel the earth, hear the sound.
Did you make sure the average volume is getting the right day from My Finance? Ah. Somehow, this is being chosen. That's another bug. Is AMD in a 25% rally? Not really. So, some sort of bug with choosing companies. Also, I'm trying to understand the idea behind these charts is we're choosing the topical things that happen for today. So I'm trying to understand why these two charts were chosen. It appears something's wrong with how we're choosing the individual company charts. I think we maybe left one part of this unimplemented. So let's maybe talk about this. I think what we do is we currently look at the macro trends and we do find the things that happen, but we never actually made sure that for the individual companies that we're choosing as the graphs, that what we're choosing is what currently happened for the day, something like this. So let's talk about it first and how we would maybe go about a fix. Still T3 and found a better T stack. I think when we send, it should just send the image and just a little overview. It doesn't need all of the details.
Years of sacrifice, was it worth waiting for?
So in this window, we're going to implement our Prism Data Index, which is going to be what we're going to use for some measurements. Specifically this one. This one's going to be a new calculation based on this data. Yeah, you can go maybe do it on the Discord, SG77 if you'd like. Okay, sounds good, SG77.
Let's dance in a living shadow.
Yes. Yes, that sounds good. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, what the heck? Some people keep telling me that, but then people are joining at the same time, so I don't understand what's going on. Maybe try this link. Why do I keep having to refresh the link?
Years of sacrifice, was it worth waiting for? The plans that we divide. I'm losing my mind. Why did they leave me all out in the
All right, the next thing here is like it can send the image for the chart, but just make it a little overview. It doesn't. You don't need to send everything on the literally everything on the page in the chat.
to keep myself whole?
Mm.
How can I give something
I think I have DMs disabled by default. I think. I guess just feel free to post it when you're okay with a few people checking it out, I guess. I don't know. Or send it to me on Twitter, maybe. Or, oh, I know. Just put an image of what you're doing on the Discord. That'd work. That way you get both. People don't have to. People aren't going to visit. Yeah. Yeah, I got to be a little careful with the random links thing. Or sending me stuff. So that's why I did that.
This is uncharted territory, but boy, tell me different stories. And you say that I deserve the world, but I've already got.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Maybe a little video then. You can make a little video.
'Cause I'm losing myself, and I'm losing my mind.
Okay, cool. Made a change. Nice. That works. Doesn't look super great, but I think another thing, the streaming of the chat looks a little not good. I think it's because we're doing it sentence by sentence. So right now the streaming of the chat doesn't look very good when we're asking. Is it because we're doing it sentence by sentence or something? Could we maybe do it by word? What's the disadvantage to doing this? When we're doing streaming? Cool, we got our Prism data folder. Let's check it out. I don't see it yet. At the moment, I don't see the Prism data folder in data collections. Where'd you put it? Oh, cool. Now the streaming will be a lot better. Let's try again. This is an easy fix. Nice. That does look a little better. I want to make it really smooth, the loading in of the text. Okay, cool. This worked as intended. Oh, that's going to be really cool. Okay, let's see if our Prism data folder is there.
filtered whisper, phone dry, still I'm on the doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Phone dry, doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then.
Oh, nice. I really want to try this fade in here. All right, so let me go with the. So if I do this, I should probably just try without the image. Okay, that didn't work. Let me try without that, maybe it will. Okay. Oh yeah, so the animate doesn't look good. Yeah. Definitely SG707, even this process, it's a bit of a grind sometimes. Like sometimes it gets things like really, but sometimes you just gotta keep still faster than a lot of the times. But sometimes it actually maybe is not. There's been times. Depends what we're doing. But on balance, it saves time. Especially once you learn like which things it fails at, I guess. So I'm kind of thinking like, let me look at ChatGPT real quick. Like if I ask a question, it's a very nice fade in, right? When I'm at waiting. Yeah, it kind of looks like typing. The animate doesn't look good. Let's take that out. Can we make it look like typing instead? Let me look at Gemini. Oh no, Gemini has the fade in. I really like the fade in. Okay, so Gemini has this like fade in. It's kind of like, they don't do it per word though. They do it per sentence. They're fading in. Can we try to do this? How would we achieve it? Oh, Prism data. All right, I'm clicking it, doesn't open. Oh, Prism index. Is there Prism index? Okay, we just have to fix a lot of things. Okay, so take a look at this. There's a number of things wrong, right? Number one, you have to make it really clear to the user that this is not Fred data, that this is our data that we've made. And in the AI summary, it should explain how we've made it. Not like in excruciating detail, but just the general gist of what it is and what it measures. And make sure don't put anything that this is Fred data, because it's not. And don't put any references, because there's no references. So you need to generate an AI summary and store it for this index. We're going to use this for a lot of our measurements. This is our own data. It's actually kind of cool. Let's see how delayed this is. Okay, so when is it? When does this spike? Oh, it's like perfect. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna figure out how it came up with that, but I think it apparently just took in data from Fred data and has generated this nice little. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I wanted to do one more thing. Compacting. I don't really need to do that. Can you remove this part? We don't need this part. It doesn't need to be like super in detail how we're making this. Okay, I'm gonna rerun this and then I'll be done for today probably. But I want to see that it fixed this one bug with the where it's gonna generate topical charts for the stocks. I think would be good. That'll be a lot of stuff. Yeah, Terry. That's cool. Oh, let's try the new fade in before I commit there. I'm gonna send some stuff. That's kind of weird. Should be like a very nice fade in. I think maybe basically what you've done here is you're loading in way too fast, right? It should be like a fade in over like a period of a second. Let's try that. Because Gemini's is really smooth. Right now it loads in 0.25 seconds. Yes, the fade-in's not working, so I'm going to remove it probably. What files is it changing here? Tailwind config. Did you change it both for, what did you change it for? Did you change it for the thinking model, like when we turn on thinking mode, or where exactly would this run currently? Because right now it's just not working at all, so just curious. As an experiment, change it to be a really high number, like 10 seconds, so that way we can check. Oh, good idea. Let's try that. I think, what is it doing now? It's doing some... doing stream fading. So I don't know what... it's some sort of tailwind thing. Yeah, exactly, Trab. So this is my understanding. So don't take it as facts, because we still need to do additional research. But my understanding is if you do derivative measurements based on government data, just government data, not all FRED data, but the government, what comes out, like interest rates, there's a lot of it here. If you create a measurement based on that, you can use that commercially, is my understanding. All right, I'm going to double check these things, right? Like, we did the research, it appears that this is the case. But before we release it, we will do additional research to just make sure that this is allowed. But from what I understand, it seems to be, because this is public domain. This is not, no one has ownership. This is just the government coming out with this data. So if we use this data to create a measurement, and it looks like it does a pretty good job, right? When I'm looking at it, this is sort of what we want during a recessionary period. We have a nice spike. Yeah. We're just going to be very clear that this is how we're doing this, in the sense that this is not anyone else's data, right, that we're giving them. So yeah, except the government. Exactly. Yeah. So that will do for our purposes. Let's try this. So if I send this, we change this to 10 seconds, so it should be like a really gradual fade in, but it's not, so. All right, so yeah, it doesn't work. Because it might need a rebuild, or the shot. Worth a shot. Because we did change a config file, right? So maybe you need to restart for Tailwind to pick it up. Okay, let's try again. That looks like no. Can you come up with, like, what are 3 potential reasons that this is not working? While it's doing that, I'm going to rerun this.
Years of sacrifice, was it worth waiting for?
Oh, it's putting a bunch of logs, which I did not want. Oh no, it's doing some regex, that's probably why. Gross. His streaming is false. Okay, well, or the shot. Okay, we can see the problem. It's always false. It's supposed to be... Oh. Never mind. See if we can understand. I don't see any problem. Here are the logs. Alright, I'm gonna change back to chill music now. Okay. Or is getting late in the day. Okay, the 10-second timeout never completes because React re-renders the component with is streaming false before the timeout expires. So I'm verifying what it said is true. It's not anywhere near a 52-week low, so something is wrong. Oh, histogram has a problem again. Not surprising. Histogram always has a problem. Cool. So, a few more bugs to fix. Dual highs, SPY, and gold. Let me check if gold is actually at a 52 high, 2 week. Before I leave, I'm going to clarify this because I have a feeling what's happening here. So I'm thinking, so right now INTC is not at a 52-week low, but I have a feeling what it's doing is it's looking at the $10 hours? I don't think so. I've been doing it about 9 hours. Yeah, well, good luck in your session. I'm gonna be going soon. But I wanted to just check this. We'll fix this issue tomorrow. Ah. Can you explain how many calls are you doing, like, to Y Finance for this whole run? Like, how many stocks are you getting 1 year worth of historical data for rapidly? Okay, let's try the streaming again. I'm probably not going to commit anything related to the chat because, yeah. I'm not going to commit this either because I'm a little bit suspicious. Are we doing this for every single question? We're doing 13 calls. Okay, that's okay. But I'll leave it out for now. Cool. Rest looks good. Okay, cool. I'm now going to head out. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And see you tomorrow.